Good morning, members. When we finished last night, we were on the online casino gambling bill, part 1.
Mr. Chair.
Lydia Sorsini.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you all. Mr. Chair, we did begin part 1 last night in terms of the online casino gambling, and my colleague, who will join us shortly, spoke about territorial application, and she covered a lot of questions just in terms of this important for that the licences that there will be undergoing an auction process. I wanted to ask the Minister, in terms of the applications that would be considered under the process with the Secretary, that there was not in the bill the ability or the requirement to be domiciled in New Zealand. And I do want to, and so I'm focusing on the provision 4, in terms of regardless whether the person is in or outside. So what that basically means in terms of licence, how I interpret it, is that the licensee or the persons that will be setting up operations will have the opportunity to make that decision based on the operations, based on their industry, etc. My question to the Minister is what benefit will that be for New Zealanders in terms of this new online casino gambling? The concern is, and we heard this through a number of submissions, that if that requirement that you do not have to be located in New Zealand with your operations, where is the economic benefit or further economic benefit for New Zealanders, particularly around employment? We know that from statistics and a number of contributions in other bills that a number of economic jobs have been lost or roles have been lost. So my question to the Minister is, what advice did she receive from officials in terms of that aspect or that component under this provision? Secondly, I know I have quickly read the Cabinet papers and there was discussion, and the reason I ask this question again or want to reinforce this specific provision is because in a time of economic it's quite difficult for many Kiwis across the board. And so we, through the submission process that we heard oral submissions, is that specific requirement. What does New Zealand get out of it? Not just the taxes and the levies that will be paid by the licence holders once they go through that whole process. I'd like to ask the Minister that. Secondly, in terms of the provisions, how does that attract the dollars to remain in New Zealand if you're going to be a licensee? I'm just going to quickly talk this through, Mr. Chair. So why was that decision made on the basis that what does New Zealand get out of it? So we will receive the economic, the tax dollars and the levies, etc., in terms of that economic equation. But what about the relationship? And especially when licence holders are going to be coming in from overseas, obviously they're big industry because they can make those decisions economically for their operations. Want to know what advice was received, and specifically around further operations located in New Zealand. So it's not just you're coming through to set up your business, but what about the other spin-offs, the good spin-offs? What advice did the Minister receive?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Look, I hate to say this because it's the first contribution I'm making today, but a lot of that contribution was already made by me yesterday, and I've addressed quite a lot of the member's question in response to her other colleague. But just to flesh it out further, the overall benefit of doing this is that we end up with a regulated market, whereas at the moment it is completely unregulated. And once again, I just reiterate that last night I said that our free trade agreements restrict us from prohibiting licences to be only offered to domestic operators. Then the question is, well, will some of them potentially, who go for a licence through the auction, be based here in New Zealand? Possibly. But if that's what the rules through our free trade agreements wish us to do, I'm sure there will be some New Zealand-based companies that would like to put themselves forward for an auction. But the important point is that we need a competitive market. And if there are thousands of offshore unlicensed operators currently active in the unregulated market, it is important for us to retain a competitive market, because the difficulty is if you just allowed for a number of small New Zealand-based licence holders, a lot of people would not find that competitive and have the range of offerings that would happen, because there'd still be thousands of black market offshore operators around. So it's about channeling people into a market that they'd actually like to participate in, but putting those harm minimisation and consumer protection standards around it so people are better off than they are now under no progress that the previous government made for 6 years.
Lydia Sorsini.
Thank you for the Minister's answer. And Minister, it is important to recognise that when you've got some information through the bill, you know, we've gone through a whole process, there's a lot that we don't know, hence the questions that I ask. And I appreciate that you're elaborating in terms that some of the licence holders, once they go through the auction process, they possibly could be locating the operations in New Zealand. But that does not give me comfort in terms of the requirement. So it's going to be up to an overseas industry company that's been successful overseas, and they're going to choose to go through the auction process. They may be successful. My point being is that I want to stress that there should be accountability, and yes, I've seen in terms of the provisions that are outlined here. But to attract some of those the companies that will be going through the auction process, there needs to be a stronger requirement to New Zealanders that if you're going to do these operations and you're going to set up shop, that's a good thing. But what we don't know is how much capacity are you going to bring through New Zealand doors. Sure, you're going to have to be paying taxes and levies and all the different laws that are going to be sent up under this bill. But you don't actually have, or we don't know that you're going to have a relationship in person with your company, etc., and your setup, and you're going to help New Zealanders through this very large process. There's a lot, that we don't know. So I'm asking the questions on behalf of the submitters that came to see us or came through the submissions process. Why are these companies or the successful licence holders not having to be located here in New Zealand? It's not just about their online operations, but they've got a commitment to New Zealand consumers.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I do hate to state the obvious, but in a modern online world, a lot of people don't need to be based in the physical world in order to have a relationship within one country. A lot of companies are across borders or multi-jurisdiction. And we do have the ability to have online meetings to hold people accountable, not necessarily face-to-face. We can do this in the online world, and so I don't necessarily believe it is important for us to have a physical presence in New Zealand when we're dealing with a completely online market.
Dr. Lawrence Junard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just need to, members, a new day and new speakers don't mean the material we've done yesterday is somehow disregarded. We are starting to get a little bit repetitive, and we'll be looking for some new information, bearing in mind the debate did go on for some time yesterday.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that direction. I have a question for the Minister regarding subclause 6 of clause 4, and then I'll move on to clause 5 in terms of the definition. The Minister, yesterday you mentioned in terms of free trade agreement, and I think that's a really important question I want to ask in relation to Clause 6. But I guess the broader question is, while some of the new agreements, for example, like the NZ-UK FTA and the NZ-EU FTA and the NZ-UAE CEPA, doesn't necessarily have ISDS clause as the Investor State Dispute Settlement Clause. But some of the older ones like TPPA and CPTPP does have some of those clauses. And I guess the Minister, you mentioned in terms of FTA, has there been any advice being given by MFAT around the limiting the number of potentially offshore registration of online casino gambling to 15 would imply that there is anti-competitive behavior, which is what the Minister also mentioned yesterday, that will potentially trigger an ISDS clause in one of our FTAs, if that's been a consideration. The second question is specifically on subclause 6, which is a requirement to provide information regardless whether it's in or outside of New Zealand. Do we know if there's any analysis being done on whether that potentially interferes with both in terms of the e-commerce chapters of our free trade agreements and comprehensive economic partnership agreement, CEPA, or whether other information sharing and privacy jurisdictions of other countries will also play into that? I'm asking it specifically from the angle of subclause 6, noting that the ability for the Secretary to provide or to request information is further along in the piece. So this is the specific overseas angle I'm looking at. Into question clause 5, I want to start with a couple of questions around the definition for advertisement. And I want to pick up on a question that I don't think we got a response yet last night from Ingrid Leary, around the idea of streamers and also influencers. And I want to check with you, Minister, on whether those people would be encompassed under the definition under A of advertisement under sponsorship. Would sponsorship capture these other areas? If the Minister wouldn't mind elucidate the House. That's my second question. My third and final question for the time being is around B Roman numeral 5. So this is advertisement, B Roman numeral 5. I'm curious about this part. Is any communication described? So this is exemption to what is considered advertisement. Any communication described in paragraph A that is made in the course of broadcasting a physical sporting event that is held outside of New Zealand. Let's take the Winter Olympics as an example. Congratulations to our medal winners. I'm blanking on her name. So Zoe. Yes, Zoe got 2 silvers. I was like, it's something OI. What's the first consonant? Yeah. Now, in terms of the physical sporting event, can I just check, when we're talking about the course of broadcasting, it is, for example, while people are watching the live stream, for example, of the Winter Olympics, and the online gambling ad was appearing as a physical form in the background of an event, or is part of the streaming in itself, that is exempted because we have no control over that. But this does not extend to, for example, they intersect or interrupts the live stream or the broadcasting of a physical sporting event overseas with an online gambling ad. Would that be a correct interpretation of it? So let's say you go sporting event, interruption, ads, sporting event. Are the ads part also exempted under B Roman numeral 5, or is it not? Because so those are my 3 questions.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to look at clause 4, subpart 5. And I want to ask some questions about the practicality of actually pursuing an offence under this Act. Now, the first thing I want to ask is in that clause, we have the use of the word person, and when I look at the definition section, there is no definition. Is it intended that person would include any entity? And would there be personal liability? We make, in difficult situations, we often choose to make people personally liable even if they're sheltering behind a company. This seems to me to be one of those instances where that is extremely important. And I want to know, when I look at the subpart on the offences which relates to this, I can see that the offence is actually going to have a fine attached to it. I want to know whether it's intended that for each offence there would be a separate cause of action, because you've got in this situation a situation where you're looking at participating in online harm on behalf of a person under the age. If there is more than one person, is there more than one penalty that is possible under that? And I'm also interested in the limitation that comes into place here of 2 years. Usually when we have offences, we limit at 6 years at the very least, or we have no limit on a criminal offence. And I'm not sure about the logic here when I can see that it's very difficult to prosecute people outside of a country. So wouldn't we be better in this situation to, given the subclause 5, to make that as broad as possible, to catch that net and to make it uneconomic, because if you've got people in a different jurisdiction already, you're going to have trouble. And then you've got people sheltering behind a company, if that is the person in this case. So it seems to me worrying that we are not broadening this as far as possible, and in fact we seem to be limiting it to 2 years. So I'd be really interested to know about that. And the general question behind this, Minister, is my concern that what we're dealing with is rogues and they are outside of our jurisdiction, and there is a purporting clause here that says we're going to catch people even if they're operating off our shores, and the Minister is saying we're doing this because it's the Wild West. But how attentive have we been to it being the Wild West? How creative have we been about making sure that we're casting the widest possible net? Practically, I think New Zealanders would like to know how the Minister intends to make sure that people who breach this law internationally are going to be held to account. What I can't see is ways that are very practical in terms of, it's a sort of ambulance at the bottom of the cliff issue, because it doesn't seem that practical in terms of how we would do that. Pursuing debt outside of a country or criminal offence for people outside of the country or people obscured is difficult. I'm not saying it's easy, but there are ways we could do this through technology, for example. We could block people, etc., and there may be that's a wider issue. We could stop them operating in some ways. We've done that in other areas of the internet. So why have we gone down this track? How practical, how confident is the Minister in terms of how we are going to catch people, and why did we set these limits and these amounts in particular, and who do they apply to? Those are the questions. Thank you, Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will firstly respond to Lawrence Yunan's questions about our free trade agreements, just to say that the advice that I have received is that we are compliant with our legal obligations and free trade agreements. There was also a question about physical sporting events that occur overseas and the advertisements within them. Look, this exemption is because we don't have jurisdiction over broadcasting that is sourced from overseas for overseas events. Therefore, if an unlicensed company in New Zealand is potentially advertising in a country where they do have jurisdiction and they are allowed to advertise, it could fall that we start banning the ability to see, Olympic Games or other events, and I don't think that will be the purpose of this law. So for the questions then to Helen White, the definition of a person, person and operator will be used interchangeably in prosecution matters. Ultimately, it depends on liability, on whether a person or an operator is penalised. But she also had questions about the enforcement powers that we do have in overseas territorial application. And look, the bill itself provides for a range of enforcement tools to ensure that the regime is effective. The Secretary of Internal Affairs will be able to issue takedown notices, formal warnings, enforceable undertakings, apply pecuniary penalties, including fines of up to $5 million, and licence cancellations where operators fail to comply. DIA is already the regulator for gambling in New Zealand, and I'm confident it is well positioned to enforce this new system as well. But given that there is essentially a very borderless nature happening in the online environment, the bill does include specific information gathering and information sharing powers that do allow the Secretary to obtain the information needed to regulate effectively and share relevant information with overseas regulators where appropriate as well. And so the extraterritorial application will apply to enable the takedown notices and enforceable undertakings, even if the operator is based overseas.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister has raised the issue of competition. I'd like to do a back and forth exchange if you'll indulge me. My first question is, how does the Minister see that a competitive environment will impact on gambling uptake in New Zealand? Will it increase or decrease gambling?
Mr. Speaker, it's quite simple. We are allowing for 15 licences at the moment due to previous government's failure to act in the space. There are thousands of unregulated companies that people can use in the online world now. So it's not that we're adding competition, we're simply putting competition inside a regulated market.
Mr. Chair, so the Minister previously talked quite eloquently about the virtues of competition, and given that she gave a circuitous answer to my question, I would say that the answer is that competition will increase gambling, and therefore I would like to understand how increasing gambling within this regulated market is going to decrease harm. What evidence does she have of that?
Mr. Speaker, the whole purpose of competition within the bill as it is drafted is for choice for people who want to participate in a regulated gambling market online. At the moment, there are thousands of unregulated companies that are offering in the New Zealand market. We are constraining that to 15 licensed providers. However, if you went too low and made it a smaller regulated market, the real trade-off there is that people who do want to gamble online, where it is legal and they should be able to, would have less competition, less choice, and therefore there would be more ability or more desire to use the black or unregulated market. So putting 15 companies into a regulated market makes for a safer market.
Mr. Chair, I've still got my line of questioning, Mr. Chair.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Mr. Chair.
Members, we're getting close. Keep it tight and specific and refer to a section, please. Kamala Belich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some new material to go over, and I just wanted to clarify, this part 1 is also covering the first schedule. I believe it is, but I'll just seek some clarification from that, because that's obviously an important schedule for us to look at as well. I had some questions around the definition section, which we haven't, so I'm just checking that schedule.
Yeah, it does cover the schedule.
Fantastic. Okay, so we'll need to cover that in this debate as well before we move on. The questions that I had really were around whether the interpretation clause 5, which is part of part 1, is sufficient to be able to properly be future-proofed in the sense of how quickly technology in this area is moving. So specifically, I wanted to refer to the definition in 5A. There isn't it isn't specifically listed here, artificial intelligence, and I wondered whether that would be something that may mean that this is the definition of advertisement is too narrow in order to cover some of the new technologies that might be emerging. I appreciate that it's intended to be written in a broad way, but I do think one of the issues that we will have with a bill like this is the fact that we're regulating an online space which is changing every day, and we don't want to pass a piece of legislation despite the fact that we disagree with this legislation. It's not desirable for Parliament to pass a piece of legislation that will soon be outdated and need to be updated as well. Additionally, I had a question around a change actually that was made at Select Committee, and that's 5B4, and this is stating that administrative purpose, any communication for administrative purposes is not considered to be an advertisement. Now that I think hopefully will be read in a very narrow way, but I'd appreciate the Minister's confirmation of that, because I don't think we would want a situation where someone was an existing customer of an online casino gambling platform, they were already in communication, and actually the administrative purposes for the company were to actually remind that person that they in fact were an option for spending their time and money on. So that is a change that's come in at Select Committee. I just wanted to just double check that the Minister feels that that is sufficient, and also I think it would be helpful on the record. My understanding is that it's narrow and it is purely for transactional communication, but it would be good to get the Minister's view on that. Another question I had in relation to the interpretation section is the definition of communication device. This literally defines communication device as a machine device or thing, or just a thing. And I wanted to know, I mean, in many ways, maybe having a broader definition will allay some of my concerns in relation to the outdatedness of this, but also it appears to be so broad that it could be a thing that is in fact included in the definition section here. So those are the questions that I had on the interpretation. I do have some questions in relation to Schedule 1, which is essentially putting in place the time limits for when this particular bill will come into effect, and we can see that because of some perhaps delay or maybe view that this would have gone through a little bit faster, some of the dates have been updated in the version that I have that I'm working off, which is the Select Committee's version, and you can see that that what was thought to happen in July 2026 is now happening in December 2026. But you will note, Mr Speaker, and a question that I had for the Minister is, given the fundamental changes in this bill, would the Minister not consider extending those timelines out to make sure that we have all of the regulatory harm minimisations in place, that we have everything set up in terms of making sure that everything is in place before we allow these online casino gamblers to advertise, which may indeed cause some harm?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So speaking to all of those questions, look, I'm also interested in future-proofing for new technologies, and artificial intelligence is one of those areas. And so the regulations do actually allow for the regulatory framework to respond more quickly to changes in technology, which is why we haven't been so explicit within the law, but we are becoming more explicit within the regulations so that we can adapt to new technology over time. And so AI is one of those areas where the regulations can give the member some comfort. The question was about a change for communications for administrative purposes. Yes, the answer to this is yes, it is only for administrative purposes, so she is correct. She had a concern about the definition of communication device being quite broad and referring to any other communications or things, and that once again just goes back to the overall issue of AI. It's intentionally broad to deliberately future-proof for new technologies. In terms of the question regarding the timing of this bill coming into force, I do consider that the timeframes are reasonable because the regulations will be in place before people can advertise.
Mr. Chair.
Todd Stevenson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour. 34 votes opposed. Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to Clause 3 as set out on AP number 539 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour. 34 votes in favour. Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to insert new clause 4A as set out on AP number 540 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 5 as set out on AP number 541 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Lamanga Lydia Socini's amendment to clause 5 as set out on AP number 533 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 5 as set on AP number 544 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 5 as set out on AP number 543 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to clause 5 as set out on AP number 542 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that part 1 stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, come now to part 2, the debate on clauses 8 to 36, online casino gambling. The question is that part 2 stand apart. Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This part 2 is really the part that sets up the regulated regime. I'm going to try a different tactic to try and get through all my questions in one hit so that I can get some answers. And I note, Mr. Chair, that we've heard a lot of ideological responses from the Minister about why she thinks certain things will or won't happen, but the questions have been very much about asking for evidence and modelling. So I will ask in relation to this section, on section 9 of part 2, why has she opted for a cap versus a public health framework? If the public health and harm minimisation is indeed one of the core purposes of this bill, which she has reiterated many times, then surely it would have been better to limit the scale, availability and intensity of the online products rather than simply focusing on the regulation. So if she could please explain what evidence and briefings did she have from officials when she looked at this part to determine what was the right model, a cap on licensing versus other approaches, which would have reduced the scale, intensity and availability of online gambling? Or did she even undertake that exercise? And when I say that, it's with a bit of cynicism, because I can see from a note on January the 16th, official advice to Minister Van Velden, there's a whole lot of things here around revenue focus of the briefing that she was given. There were discussions around advertising regulations. There was advertising discussed prior to harm minimisation. There were consumer protections discussed, but there really wasn't any discussion until much later on. I think it was around March that the harm minimisation piece came into play. Further questions I have are, if harm minimisation is a function of this bill, why is she allowing multi-year licences rather than having the ability to monitor what is happening in terms of harm and then being able to make a final decision about the licences? Under section 12, the Secretary can invite expressions of interest, and there are public notices that must specify a number of things, and that includes the number of licences, the minimum amount of capital, date by which an expression of of interest must be submitted. Why is there nothing in there about the track record of the licence applicant on harm minimisation? And what would happen if they had a bad track record of minimising harm? Because section 12 seems to be completely silent in that regard. When we look at section 14, subsection CA, which was added, and I believe that was after the Select Committee received a lot of submissions around community purpose. It says information about any contribution the person makes or intends to make for community purposes in New Zealand. Can the Minister please explain how that will be weighted, and more importantly, where is the accountability for that? So if somebody offshore states that they're going to do a number of beneficial things for New Zealand with their licence, how does she make sure, or how does the Secretary acting on her behalf make sure that that has indeed happened? Or is there no accountability in this bill, which seems to be the case? If there isn't, should she consider, in the very many regulatory making powers that are contained later in this bill, something where there could be an accountability mechanism for that? Because what we see is all these promises of community benefit that have been added, but like many other provisions in this bill, there doesn't seem to be any true accountability. We also look at section 18 and subsection 1A2, harm prevention and minimisation strategy is one of many criteria that can be considered in information to accompany the licensing application. There's no mention then again of weighting. It just seems to be in a long list of things that could be considered, and there doesn't seem to be any requirement for that information to be released publicly. Would she consider making regulations so that the public can see what paperwork has been provided around that? In my last few seconds, it would just be good to note that the Minister talked about information sharing. Later on, we'll be asking questions about what information will be going to public health officials to help minimise harm.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. I will kick off with a couple of the answers to Ingrid Leary's questions. Starting with why we considered a licensing framework. Look, the licensing framework was seen as the best way to limit the unregulated market. Capping the number of licences at 15 struck the reasonable balance between providing choice for consumers and ensuring a reasonably competitive market with managing regulatory complexity and cost. Harm minimisation is a core purpose of the bill, and operators will have to comply with harm minimisation regulations. The next question in relation to the licence was why we are allowing for multi-year licences. There's a couple of really simple points for this. Firstly, most overseas jurisdictions that do allow for online gambling markets have a duration period ranging between 1 to 5 years, and the proposed licence duration balances the need to provide certainty for licensed operators investing in the market with opportunities to possibly have new market entrants while managing the regulatory costs. So it's a balancing act. There's also a question about why do we not need a track record of companies and their compliance. The answer to that is yes, we do. They do need to know a track record as part of the licence process. There is a 3-step process for granting the licences, and the Secretary of Internal Affairs will be looking and considering a company's track record. To the question of why is it that we haven't weighted any particular harm prevention strategies over and above other requirements of the law. Look, the strategies must show that they follow regulations as a company and would be suitable to hold a licence, and so that is all part of a suite of information that is required for a company to apply for a licence and meet the criteria for licensing. So it's important that the Secretary of Internal Affairs has access to the information, but ultimately all of those bits are up for consideration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for the answers, Minister. I would like to go back to provision number 8, functions of Secretary. I do have an amendment paper and that will go through, and I specifically want to look at section 8E, to maintain a public register with details of operators and licences. And my amendment paper wishes to add to maintain the register of persons for online casino gambling established by regulations. Minister, we had a number of submitters that came through in terms of the oral submissions. One of the things that this bill will do, which I've heard the reasons why you've put forward specific provisions and working with the Secretary in terms of regulations. What I do want to highlight is we've heard from a lot of students, university students that are over the age of 18, and the saturation of advertising. It's become quite normalised in there in terms of gambling advertisers, and you've also elaborated on unlicensed, which is why we've got the bill before us. However, I do want to ask specific questions as to when the Secretary will be considering, and there's a process that will have to be gone through, what components of the considerations for licensed operators that are coming in from overseas. I'd like to draw your attention to one of the submissions that we received from Te Rangi Hayata Oranga Trust, which is located in the Hawke's Bay region. One of the things that the submitters raised in their written submission was the threat of addiction and more gambling. And whilst we've got, as you've addressed it, a number of unlicensed operators that operate currently, we've then also got the issue of social media influencers. This specific trust wanted to know from the Select Committee and highlight that gambling addiction is a significant public health issue in New Zealand as we speak. They also wanted to raise in their submission that the online casino gambling bill must uphold its duty to protect and care for whānau, preventing further harm. What will be the assessment that the regulator or the Secretary takes hold of, specifically when you require a public register so that the public can understand who is responsible for a licence, how can we contact them, because we have significant concerns that the harm minimisation or the harm reduction plans that will be registered under this licensee just don't go far enough. But also the issue around addiction. So we've heard a number of submissions that have come through, specifically around how will the bill strengthen the minimisation and protecting New Zealanders from online gambling harm, because the worry is, Minister, is with land-based casinos, which are currently a thing that you go into, whereas online gambling harm will be available online gambling through this bill, through this legislation, will be available 24/7. What protections will the Secretary take into account for consumers in terms of what a number of vulnerable communities have raised through this bill? One of the good things about my amendment paper is that I've put through is that the situation where you're trying to get a balance of an economic versus the social harms, the harm minimisation and the consumer protections. And we're going to keep asking those questions because for vulnerable communities that are already being exposed to this type of marketing in terms of saturation, how strong are those protections going to be? How can the public, through these licences, once they go through the processes, how will they be protected, Minister? How will the issues of young people that are already at universities up and down this country, the issue around advertising, the issue around saturation that are coming on their phones? So I'd like to ask Minister those specific questions.
Mr Chair.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I would like to take on and extend those questions so the Minister can hopefully answer my questions at the same time as she answers the questions that were just asked by Lamanga Seseone, because they're really coming out of my portfolio. I do community and voluntary as one of my portfolios, and I visit, and I also do sexual and family violence. And I visit organisations where they're at the pointy end of this. So, for example, Asian Family Services would be one, where I hear stories of addiction that is actually really harming families, but is also difficult to capture in data the damage of. And that's because communities are quite scattered. And so my question for the Minister is, how confident is she that we have a capacity to measure the harm caused by this type of gambling versus other types of gambling? Because the communities that are affected are often younger, but they're also culturally diverse. So people coming in with a different culture in terms of gambling, and with a level of isolation quite often. So the stories that I've heard from something like Asian Family Services are completely heartbreaking. They're about families just totally devastated by a problem gambler in their families, and often that behaviour has been part of their lives even before they've come to New Zealand because of the culture that they've come from. So what I want to know is how much investigation has there been of that aspect, and how much confidence does the Minister have that she knows the cost that the New Zealand taxpayer, for example, but also the families are paying for an extension into this area. And then there's the issue of youth, because it's been raised a few times, but I don't think we've been specific enough yet on that. We have, we've talked, Ricardo Menendez-March talked yesterday about a particular pathway in through gaming, but we know this this world of the internet is playing out really differently for younger people because they're completely acclimatized to it. So there isn't the attraction to going somewhere where those limits are. There is the blending of this with other parts of their online existence. So how much did the Minister find out about that changing phenomenon? We've just had an inquiry which was cross-party, and it was widely supported into the issue about online harm. And what I would like to know from the Minister, in addition to what I've asked, is how much crossover was there in terms of that report and that investigation? Because I think some of the submitters in that inquiry changed the minds and the understandings of those listening to those submissions to the extent that there was a wide consensus across the crisis that we face in this issue, and a desire to really take leadership in this area. And what I'm worried is that this area is actually subject to almost a counterforce in the area of online gambling as we open up to those vulnerabilities, and the very same people are being affected in this way. So these are genuine questions. I'm very, very worried about the influence that international online lack of involvement is having, and I would like the Minister to go further than simply saying that she is regulating, because she is also making money out of these things. This does look like the Minister is going to make money out of it, or sorry, not the Minister, but that it is a motivation here that there will be making money, but if the money, even at a very selfish level of, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I will answer some of the queries that have come up so far, but I do just want to make it absolutely clear for anyone that's listening, I am not profiting off this. I'm simply the Minister passing through this law. It would be very improper if I was making a personal fortune, so please refer to the Minister and the government rather than myself. When Lydia Lamonga Sasone has concerns about advertising for young people and the harm that it can cause, I also too share some of those concerns. In particular, this bill goes some way to addressing, I believe, the concerns that she has raised, because the bill specifies that the regulations will set out arrangements for operators in what they can and cannot do in terms of advertising and sponsorship, and the government has already agreed to the prohibition of sponsorship as part of the regime, and in the regulations the prohibition of using endorsements for licensed operators' products. So this covers things like social media influencers, people who will be personally profiting off endorsing a licensed operator's products. And I know that concern comes from young people seeing influencers and potentially thinking that that could be seen as a good thing if someone is getting paid for and promoting a product, and that's why we are limiting social media influence. One of the other things that I have heard, though, which I think would be useful to address, is quite a lot of the concern I've seen about young people and the ads that they're receiving on social media for gambling are actually outside of this bill, because this bill doesn't go into sports betting. And I've seen a number of articles and concerns in the community relating to sports betting ads, and those are actually external to this regime, because this is not about sports betting. So that's actually a different part of the law. There was a concern about maintaining a register and where people can go and get information. The information about operators will be available on a website, and this is likely to be one hosted by DIA. There is also a question about what will the Secretary consider when they're weighing up all the information. The Secretary will be evaluating all of the information that they're provided as part of the application process as per the purposes of the bill and the licensing information that is required from the companies. Helen White also then asked, how confident am I that this will in some way minimise harm? Well, it's got to be better than the 6 years that Labor did nothing to regulate this space. It is a completely unregulated market at the moment, but one of the really important core components of this law is that at the moment the companies that are online are not paying into the problem gambling levy. As part of this law, the licensed companies will be paying into a problem gambling levy that will go some way to help harm prevention activities. It will fund treatment and support services, community-based interventions, and research and evaluation to limit and prevent online gambling harm, and that's got to be better than the status quo.
Just before I take the next call, there's 6 parts to this bill. Obviously, each part is not a new opportunity to revisit the broad issues. Very much they were covered in the first part. This is part of the bill is very much the mechanics of the bill. So really what we won't be able to do is revisit the broad issues around this, each part. So if we can concentrate on the part, please. Kamala Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some specific questions in relation to Part 2, Subpart 1. And my first question is in relation to the functions of the Secretary of Internal Affairs. So in this bill, the Secretary of Internal Affairs is given essentially almost the entire responsibility to administer this new regime. They have to administer the licensing regime, investigate breaches, they have to monitor, they have to investigate complaints, they have to maintain a public register, they have to prescribe minimum standards and approve forms. This is a significant amount of work that the Secretary is being provided with. And what I wanted to ask the Minister is what budget bids has she done to ensure that the Secretary of Internal Affairs will be able to perform these tasks above and beyond what it is doing at the moment? What plans has the Secretary of Internal Affairs provided her with on how this will be run within within Internal Affairs, and if any steps have been taken in order to allow this regime to be initiated at the time, and we've already discussed there's a relatively, for such a complex bill, short time frame. So what steps has the Minister taken to ensure that her ministry is in a position to be able to fully implement the tasks that which are far-reaching? The other question I have in relation to that is expertise and skills. This is obviously something which hasn't been specifically done within New Zealand before. So what assurances has she had from the Secretary of Internal Affairs that those in setting up this regime and administering it will have the skills and expertise to be able to make sure that this is done effectively? I'm sure that that the Minister would have taken those steps and will be able to respond to me about the steps that she has taken. The second specific question I have in relation again to Subpart 1 in Part 2, which we're on, is the interaction between this regime and New Zealand lotteries. Now, this is something that came up very regularly in submissions. Although there was generally an overwhelming feelings from submitters that gambling produced social harm in New Zealand, and there was a feeling that we did not want to see a proliferation or increase in gambling, there was also a lot of understanding about the fact that lotteries provide a lot to the community within New Zealand, and there isn't another option in terms of providing support to a lot of these community organisations and a lot of the good work that the lotteries does. And so you'll see that that's reflected in a lot of the changes that the Select Committee made to this bill, specifically in relation to Part 2, Clause 9, Clause 9(1)(c), that it was specifically excluded from New Zealand lotteries, and then also we see in 9(2) that the Lotteries Commission is excluded. So I wanted to ask the Minister what assurances she has had that the cumulative changes to maintain lotteries as a separate regime will be maintained, and additionally, even though the Select Committee did quite a lot of work to ensure that lotteries will be excluded from the ambit of this bill, and that's, I think, been really clear, and I want to acknowledge the committee and the officials for the work that they've done to make sure that that is specifically stated. There was an additional concern that submitters raised around the impact on lotteries that may occur due to more people participating potentially in online casino gambling. And so I wanted to ask if she'd had any specific advice that there would be any impact on the existing regulated gambling that we do have in New Zealand, and obviously, of course, we have a lot of goodwill that comes from that. There's been a few comments on the harm of online gambling. I wanted to specifically ask what in the regulations in relation to Clause 10 will prohibit or protect children from being exposed to advertising that is for online gambling.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of specific questions for the Minister. I guess the first question is, in subpart 1 in Clause 8, the Secretary performs both the function of the regulator but also the enforcer. And I wanted to check whether the Minister has received any advice around the idea of one person or one agency performing both roles, because as the Minister would appreciate that the evidence of a good governance is that the regulator and the enforcer often doesn't sit under one particular agency. And the reason for that is that it's hard for them to essentially self-regulate and self-assess based on rules that they have determined. And that we see throughout various other agencies as well. So I just wanted to check if that has been a consideration. I do want to move on to Clause 13 and the start of Clause 14. And this is now, we're looking at subpart 2 in terms of licensing process. In line with the first question I asked, Clause 13, subclause 1b, and I know that this appears a couple of times later on, if there is a specific requirement for the publication, the public notice, and there's a specific requirement for 20 working days of the for a person to express interest within 20 working days of the public notice, what circumstances would allow or would permit the Secretary to grant a longer period beyond the 20 working days, and whether the ability for the Secretary to extend that is also going to be available as a part of that public notice, so that way everyone will be able to be eligible to have that longer extended period of time, or it will be on a case-by-case process, in which case how would that be made transparent and made equitable for all of the people who are applying a submission to submit an expression of interest? So that's my second question. My final question for the time being is a new addition after the Select Committee process, which is 14CA, which is information about any contribution that a person makes or intended to make for community purposes in New Zealand. I wondered, when we're looking at this in conjunction with Clause 14b, which is each key officer's full name, position title, physical address, and contact details, we've already established previously that a person can be both within New Zealand as well as overseas. So it would be understandable that the physical address could be an overseas address. But if we're looking at information about any contribution that the person makes or intended to make for community purpose, would that mean that the person will also need to set up an incorporated society in New Zealand for any of those community-based purposes? Is that a requirement that's needed? Because under the Incorporated Societies Act, it requires at least the director of the Incorporated Society to have a physical address in New Zealand. So I would be interested to know if that's a likely scenario or interaction that is likely going to happen. So those are my three questions for the time being.
Madam Chair. Tim Costley.
Debate on this question now closed.
I don't think we're quite ready for that motion. Good try, though. Lamoga Lydia Sassini.
Oh, thanks, Madam Chair. I have some questions around the provision in Part 2, Subpart 1, and provision number 10, and I do have an amendment paper on the table. I'd like to ask the Minister, in terms of this, and you've touched on some of the prohibition for those young people under 18, and my amendment paper speaks to that the operator, that I want to add in, that the operator is enforced with monitoring systems to to prevent people under 18 years old from participating in a platform consistent with an obligation in Section 38, which is around consumer protections. Ensure gamblers are at least 18 years old. What I'd like to ask the Minister is what advice from the officials in terms of actually identifying and protecting our young people, specifically those that are under 18 years old. We know a number of young people under the age of 18 years old do carry around their devices for their education purposes, also for contact with parents and the like. A number of them have devices of their phones. How will the regulator ensure that around the limitations around identifying that there are going to be very strong protections to protect children? In earlier contributions, there is a real concern from those who actually don't gamble because these come across advertisements pretty much daily. What I wanted to know is what advice was given to the Minister around consumer protection, specifically protecting our young people under the age of 18, but also around saturation on devices, etc., because it's really important that the regulators' obligations are intact. And so will there be restrictions around content? Will there be stronger enforcements around advertising? I recognise that with licence holders, once they go through the process, they won't have to be located in New Zealand. Minister, you've talked about how a lot of operations can be done online, but in terms of protecting our young people, which is the basis of my amendment paper, how will this be done? Has the regulator got strong conditions? If you could explain that based on evidence rather than having ideology, policies or provisions, how has that been done, and based on what evidence was that provided to the Internal Affairs? And then moving forward is what will be a review process in terms of that the Secretary has got very robust systems in place?
Madam Chair.
Mike Davidson.
Yeah, just have a couple of questions, and the first one actually relates to an amendment I have, and it's Amendment 556, and it's a new clause 8A, to go up to 8. And it's to actually ensure that the Secretary is obliged to seek effective means of seeking the views of others, especially people that are obviously impacted by the harms of gambling. And this actual amendment is it replicates Section 13 of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission Act. So it imposes that obligations to seek those views just to ensure that there is meaningful consultation. I actually think it's a really important component for this Act to ensure that we do try and minimise and prevent harm as much as possible. And I'm just wondering what the Minister has actually sought any advice prior to me putting this amendment in about how the Secretary will actually consult with those affected parties that actually do suffer more from gambling harm than other demographics. I also have a question around Clause 29, and it talks in Clause 29 about if the Secretary was to propose to suspend or cancel a licence, that in 29(1)(b) they need to give at least 20 working days to respond. And I was just wondering what are the mechanisms actually if there is a licence holder that is creating significant harm, how that can actually be, shortened so therefore there is not a 20-day working period and it can be revoked immediately. And also, I guess I just want to quickly touch on just the amendments that I've put relating to Clause 10, because I did notice earlier you talked around the impact of sports betting in social media, and that's been seen quite a lot. And I guess once we have these 15 licensed operators, then social media is going to not just have sports betting, it's going to have these online casino gambling sites as well, and that's just going into people's pockets 24/7. And so my amendments around clause 10 is actually prohibit all forms of advertising to really reduce and prevent that harm coming from gambling. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you. Look, I will go some way to answer many of the questions that we've had this morning. Camilla Bellich has asked about the impact that this new regime will have on Lotto. The overall point is that the clauses specified in here about Lotto is that operators will not be able to offer Lotto products for the reason that Lotto provides a community benefit. And it is hard to know what will happen in the future with Lotto, but one of the things, and I'm sure my other colleague in the House, Lydia Lamonga Sassone, will be able to also talk to her about, is the fact that for the past 2 years, Lotto has had record level profits and it's doing better than ever, especially as it has actually moved to its own online or app-based version of its products itself. So it's very much set up for the modern world and competing with people who like to gamble. Camilla Bellich also asked about functions of the Secretary and what budget bids had I done. Look, the operators themselves will pay levies to recover the costs of running the regime. That's part of the regulations. And so there is not going to be ongoing budget bids in order to keep the regulator working. Camilla Bellich has also asked about the expertise and skills within DIA and if I have confidence in the staff within DIA to regulate the new market. Look, DIA is already an experienced regulator in gambling as well as online environments because they deal with child sexual exploitation team as well as online terrorism content. Within the money side, they deal with anti-money laundering and they are the regulator for that across government. So DIA is the appropriate place with the appropriate skills. Camilla Bellich also asked about the protections for people under the age of 18, which came up with a number of colleagues. The bill does require operators to ensure and verify that gamblers are at least 18 years of age, and it is a breach of licence conditions to allow someone under the age of 18 to be using those platforms. Lawrence Yunan also then asked about independent regulators, once again bringing into consideration the skills and expertise of DIA and whether or not it's the appropriate place. I did consider some other places for it to be held, but on balance decided that DIA was the appropriate regulator given its experience in regulating gambling and other forms of gambling in the physical world at the moment as well. Lawrence Yunan also asked why would the Secretary grant a longer period than 20 days? Look, extending the timeframes is at the discretion of the Secretary, and that would take into consideration the timeframes needed for an applicant to apply. Lawrence Yunan also asked about Clause 14 and the contribution to New Zealand and whether or not someone needs to set up an incorporated society. No, they do not. There's also questions then from Limonga Lydia Sassone about the operator and advertising, preventing people under 18 being advertised to. Look, the details of how people under 18 are protected are in the regulations, which I understand can be seen online through proactively released cabinet papers. Mike Davidson, I'll knock off quite a few here. We've got, should the Secretary consult with relevant groups before making the regulations? The existing consultation provision is consistent with the Gambling Act and there's no restrictions currently on who should be consulted, but that doesn't need to be detailed in the legislation, so the government will not be supporting that amendment. And should we suspend or cancel licences, why do you need 20 days to respond? That time period reflects natural justice processes. There was also a question about advertising harm on social media and saturation. And look, I totally get it. There are a lot of ads out there, but there are more abilities under the law that we are creating to put in place enforcement to get rid of illegal advertisements and focus people who are in the licence regime, which is 15 or up to 15 potential competitors, to have very specific harm minimisation standards and controls around the ads.
Madam Chair.
Camilla Bellage.
Chair, and I just remind colleagues on the other side of the House, although we would appreciate their engagement. We would appreciate their engagement, Simon Watts. So if you'd like to take a call, I think some views from the National Party in this debate would be interesting. I want to talk about licensing. This is a huge. This particular part that we're looking at, part 2, has the entire licensing process, which we haven't gone into in any detail at all, and that's just in the first part of it. We also haven't talked about subpart 3 at all. And then we have an appeals process we haven't touched on at all, so just note that. But my questions are in relation to the licensing regime, which is quite detailed, and I have a few questions around how it will be implemented. So my understanding is there's a few different tiers of licensing, and if we look at Clause 11, there is an overview of the process, but then at Clause 11.3, the clause states that the proposed legislation, for the purpose of this, will only be a guide in effect of a subpart. So I just wonder really how the Minister would like. How strictly the Minister would be expecting adherence to that, given that is essentially a guide provision, which is relatively unusual in legislation. The next step is then the expressions of interest that will be asked for. And I note in 13.2 that there's potentially a prescribed fee, and it states there if any, and I wanted to ask the Minister if there will be a prescribed fee under 13.2c and what that prescribed fee will be, because that's not a fee for a licence, that is a fee for expression of interest, and so almost prior to the licensing regime. Then I have some questions around 14b and how the key officers, which are defined in the interpretation section, especially if these key officers are in fact overseas individuals, to what extent will DIA be checking the validity of the information provided? I think probably in relation to licensing, making sure that the identity of those individuals and a way to get in touch with them, especially if they are overseas, is important. I had a question in relation to 14d. This talks about existing licences. Now, in New Zealand, we will not be in a position where they have an existing online licence, and so I wanted to understand if that was in the future, when there are future applications for licences, whether that refers to New Zealand licences or whether this would extend to cover overseas licences that may be held, or additionally any other types of gambling licence. So I really wanted to know the extent of 14d. The other thing that I wanted to know is there in 14h, there's extensive information which has to be provided around the criminal history or lack thereof of the key officers. And I wanted to know to what extent will this information be publicly available, and the steps that DIA has taken, because they are relatively onerous requirements, which I think is I'm not questioning that, but the fact of whether or not that will be made public. And that, Madam Chair, is in fact even before they are invited to ask for an expression of interest. So I think it's probably asking for the validity of whether they could even be in the process. So it is a complex process. Those are the first questions I have. I do have some more questions around 15, 17 and 18, but I'll leave those for later.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move to clause 15, and I have two very discrete questions around 15.2 and 15.3. But just to, I guess, provide another angle to what the previous speaker, Camilla Bellich, mentioned, in terms of the verification process, I would just like to ask further, how would the Secretary verify source amount of capital available as a part of that criteria process? But on to clause 15, subclause 2, I will be interested to know, because this is an interesting clause, I'll be interested to know if the Minister wouldn't mind providing an example of where an expression of interest would be likely declined because it will prejudice trade or maintenance of the law, noting that we have the idea of the competitive or anti-competitive measures in some of our trade obligations. So I just wanted to check if the Minister wouldn't mind providing an example of that. My final question is 15.3, which is around crimes involving dishonesty. This is actually a very significant clause, and it does come down to the competitive nature as well, because the definition that the Minister has given is a New Zealand jurisdiction definition under the Crimes Act. But as we all know, that a person who expressing the interest can be an overseas person as well. So I want to check, then do we consider crimes involving dishonesty and making sure that we know what the overseas equivalent of crimes involving dishonesty as well when we're assessing overseas applicants, because they could have crimes involving dishonesty in an overseas jurisdiction that doesn't potentially match up with the definition under Crimes Act 2.1. So I want to check with the Minister, how would the Secretary assess that particular aspect in relation to overseas applicants, and whether there's any other way of understanding or checking the validity of the submitters when it comes to overseas applicants, because that potentially will unfairly, we'll talk about prejudice, will unfairly prejudice New Zealand applicants because they will be subjected to much greater scrutiny in terms of the ability to track and also alliance with our crimes law.
Ingrid Leary.
Yeah, I'd like to turn to subpart 3, which I note we've only had about half a question on, I think, some time ago, and it's quite a big section. And I really want to frame these in terms of the risk of regulatory capture, because what we can see from this licensing regime is that there are a number of purposes, including competition in a commercial market, but also revenue gathering for the government. And so I'm aware that there will be a tension once this is created between harm minimisation and the ability of the government to gather revenue, and also the licences that are issued will become valuable assets. Now, we know that a lot of the devil in the detail will be in the regulations, but has the Minister received any legal advice for the whole bill, but specifically for this part from section 22 onwards, about the impact of trying to change and tighten harm minimisation in the regulations once these valuable assets have been given to operators? What modelling or advice has she received about the type of lobbying and pressure that will be upon the government and the regulator in particular to keep the regulations narrow or even to narrow them further? And does she accept that it will be really difficult to change the regulations in that environment? When I turn to section 27, the decision on renewal of the licence, the Secretary can decide not to renew a licence, but what is the threshold that's to be applied there? There seems to be silence on that matter, and is she comfortable that in this environment where there is likely to be intensive lobbying and regulatory capture, that the absence of a threshold in statute is safe? Would she consider either telling us with a Hansard what she considers that threshold to be, or even considering an amendment to put that in, which we could draft for her. The other one is where a licence is not renewed. Again, questions of transparency. Will that information be made public? It seems to me there are many opportunities in this subsection, subpart 3, where explicit requirements to make information public would be really helpful in terms of creating social licence for this creation and simultaneous expansion of a regulated market. So would she consider making those requirements transparent? Then I look at section 30, surrender of licence, and the Secretary can request the operator to provide any information that the Secretary considers necessary. That seems to be an unfettered power. It isn't any reasonable information, it isn't any information relating to the issue at hand. We would expect a rational Secretary to be asking for appropriate information, but in an environment of intense lobbying, that does expose the Secretary potentially to allegations of bias or impartiality, and so for the protection of the Secretary, perhaps that power could be limited. We also look at the Secretary being able to get outstanding fees. How does she envisage that is going to happen if there's an offshore operator whose licence is not going to be renewed or has been revoked? They owe substantial fees. They have benefited substantially from the pockets of Kiwis who don't have gambling problems and Kiwis who are very vulnerable and do have gambling problems. What is the mechanism for recouping those fees? Or does she expect that those will be written off? And if they are written off, will there be regular reporting to the public about how much money is not recouped by the Secretary in this environment of offshore licences?
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. Responding firstly to Camilla Bellich, and she had 4 separate questions. One in relation to subpart 211 having the overview of the licensing process. Just wanting to make it really clear that that is just an overview, and the whole process in the legislation must be followed, which is set out in more detail subsequently. The second question was, will there be a fee? And that was to do with 13.2c. Yes, there will be a fee, but that fee will be part of the regulations. Ultimately, we've put in a fee there because if we didn't have a fee, there is the possibility that people who don't actually have true ability to be part of the competitive process might vexatiously attempt to apply, and the poor Secretariat and staff would be spending a lot of time going through applications that were not actually as valid as you would hope. So a fee is there to dissuade those who are not legitimate to be part of the auction. Question 3 is, to what extent will DIA be checking the validity of the information? That is the role of the regulator to assess the applications. Question 4 was, why have we got a part in here talking about how much control someone has over existing licences? Yes, the member is correct. That is for the future allocation of licences. Camilla Bellich also then talked about whether or not we could have publicly available information during the application process for the licence. No, that's unlikely, as a lot of the information that will be sent to the Secretary should be commercially sensitive, and we want to ensure they are having a fair standard process. Lawrence Yunnan also asked about 15.2, clause 15.2, and that in part was to do with, let me just find that there, not accepting an expression of interest from a person if the Secretary considers that it's going to prejudice our international reputation, and that is to ensure that we don't accept applications from countries that have sanctions against them. Lawrence Yunnan also asked about 15.3, I believe, about the honesty of overseas applicants. and all applicants' history and how they're evaluated in equivalent jurisdictions will be taken into account. Ingrid Leary then also asked about the flexibility of regulations and whether or not we needed to have more, I guess, in detail in the bill because the regulations might be too flexible. I disagree because, you know, as we've been referring to earlier today, some of the concerns from her colleague Camilla Ballich about the use of AI, having flexible law that allows for modernisation and technological changes, as well as some of the regulations to be updated with the changing dynamics that might happen on social media and the online environment, does require the bill itself to be flexible in nature so that we can adjust to technological developments without needing to go through an entire new act and law of Parliament. And I think that's just being sensible for the future. Ingrid Leary also asked about the threshold not to renew a licence. Licence holders must meet requirements of a licence to be able to get a renewal. If they no longer hold a licence, it will be known that they no longer hold one, as they won't be on the register. And there are provisions for review of any decisions made by the Secretary, because I know she was concerned about whether or not the Secretary might end up being a bit dodgy. I find that less concerning for the future. But the operators will also be able to appeal some of the decisions through the High Court if necessary.
Lamoga Lydia Sosini.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Minister, for going through all the replies to the questions. I do have some questions that relate to subpart 2, provision number 19, criteria for granting licence, because I have a group of amendment papers that make some suggestions on clause 3B. In terms of the licences that will be granted, Minister, you've talked about process and criteria. One of the things I do want to put on record is, and for those that are at home listening, is these are overseas companies which there's an assumption that they actually understand Kiwis. And I'd have to question that because we won't, in terms of the public, won't know about who actually will be successful in getting licences. What background do they bring? Sure, they'll meet all the economic paying tax and meeting the levy obligations, but what actual relationship will they have with Kiwis in terms of our consumers? You've also talked about, Minister, about the flexibility and modernisation of the bill. One of the things we heard very strongly through the select committee process was why so many licences? Why 15? Why couldn't there be a trial period of maybe 3 licences or 5 licences so that there's a testing of the market in terms of this bill? So I'd like to know, in terms of what advice did the Minister receive with regard to the number of licences? Because I do recall that there was a formula in terms of inland revenue information that was provided to the Select Committee. But why did the Minister land on 15? What was the formula used for that? But also because in my amendment papers asking for a reduction consideration, through the Select Committee process we heard many submitters talk about why and how you got to 15. Why couldn't there be a trial period? Will there be a review? I understand that. But in terms of gambling harm minimisation, in terms of putting New Zealanders through a number of risks, this bill, in our view, just does not go far enough to protect Kiwi consumers. So I'd like to ask the Minister that question. My next question will be around, you have stated that there will be very limited information in the public arena because it's commercially sensitive. So at what point has the Secretary or the regulator or Department of Internal Affairs, when will that time period know that the process, even though the bill will be passed probably this year, in terms of the timeline of that, when will the public know what decisions are being made, and will there be further processes that the public can question the Secretary in their role?
Madam Chair.
Before we move on, I'm just starting to hear repetition. I'm encouraging members to bring up new material. Thank you. Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question just for the Minister regarding, so moving on to the renewals, subpart 3, the renewal, suspension, cancellation, surrender of license. Just want to check with the Minister in terms of the interaction between a few of these areas. Noting, if you're looking at clause 29, which I know that my colleague Mike Davison has amendment paper on, clause 35 detailed one pathway for an operator who's had their license suspended or cancelled to challenge via the High Court. But usually there's a step before that in some instances where within the organization itself there is ability to review a particular decision or a review board that potentially may look at that decision as well. I wanted to check with the Minister if, unless I missed it in the bill, is that an option that's available to operators who are having their license suspended or cancelled rather than going directly to the High Court as a particular resolution or through a judicial review. The reason I ask this question is clearly there is an option or pathway being laid out in terms of clause 32 and 33, but that's in relation to specifically the addition or the changes being made regarding further conditions to the license, but it doesn't specify in terms of the suspension or cancellation. So that's my very discreet question that I have right now.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will respond to the questions from Lamonga Lydia Sassone, questioning why we've landed at 15 or a cap of up to 15 licences for the online gambling market. Look, when the cap of 15 licences was set, the Inland Revenue gambling duty data already showed a highly concentrated market. While more than 15 offshore operators paid gambling duty, the vast majority of revenue was generated by the top 15 operators. Similar patterns were reflected in the 12 months to the 30th of June 2025, where 26 operators paid the duty, but the top 15 accounted for 99.8% of the total revenue. So capping the number of licences at up to 15 for the first licensing period is expected to limit the total regulatory cost, but it also provides a good base for testing if the settings are working and whether consumers do migrate from an unlicensed operator to a licensed market. We had further questions from Lamonga Lydia Sassone about how will the overseas operators be relevant to New Zealand? Well, it'll be up to the companies themselves to be relevant to the consumers here in New Zealand, because if they're not relevant to consumers here in New Zealand, New Zealanders may not choose to use them. So that's just business. She also asked then about the timelines for the bill. The bill will come into force from the 1st of May this year. At this point, there will be a prohibition on advertising unlicensed online casino gambling. Providers already offering online casino gambling in New Zealand may continue their existing operations until the 1st of December, but on the 1st of December, online casino gambling providers will be required to cease conducting online casino gambling if they have not applied for a licence. And on the 1st of January 2027, amendments made to increase the online gambling duty in the Gaming Duties Act from 12% to 16% will come into force. We also had questions and queries from Lawrence Sunan about subpart 3 challenges through the High Court of a licence cancellation. Yes, operators can request a review by the Secretary, that is clause 32(1), and it can also be judicially reviewed. And I believe that is everything for now.
Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for her engagement in this committee stage. I just had a couple of follow-up questions, and then I want to talk about the competitive process, which I don't believe has been covered yet, and the process in applying for a licence. So the question I have is, this has come up a few times, and the Minister has said that the regulations have been released through a proactive Cabinet paper release. But the question I specifically had was what the fee was. Is that detail, is an actual copy of the exact regulations that will be in force available now publicly, because the question that I had related to what would be in that process. Additionally, she said that matters would not be released if they are commercially sensitive. For matters that are not commercially sensitive, I would expect, and it would be good to have her clarification, that information would be available to be obtained by the public under the Official Information Act, and if she could confirm that in relation to the application to be a part of the competitive process. But I did want to move on. My colleague has covered clause 15. I did have a question on that. I won't ask that. I'll move on to clause 16, which is about the competitive process. So that's once everyone has gone through the process of ascertaining whether they are able to participate, then the Secretary will hold a competitive process. I did want to additionally mention, though, the Minister's made a few comments around whether staff have the appropriate skills and capability, and I want to assure the Minister that I'm sure I speak from those on this side of the House when this is not, those questions are meant to be about us ensuring as the opposition that key steps in relation to funding and expertise are available. It's not a reflection at all on the existing very competent staff that work in internal affairs. The question I have in relation to 16 again is a question around the amount payable for the licence. That is clause 16(1)(b), and that is once the competitive process has been decided. Now, the competitive process clause is a clause which does have a certain amount of leeway for the Secretary to determine what it could be. So it says here, for an example, an auction or a tender. Are those the only two examples that she can think of how the Secretary would run that competitive process? Are there other methods of running that competitive process in addition to an auction or a tender? If there are not, then perhaps that this could be worded as an exhaustive list rather than an example, but I do wonder what that competitive process will be. And then we move on to 16(2)(b), and it's also available to determine from the Secretary how that process will be run. I did want to know if the Minister would be informed of this, especially the first time that it occurs, the decisions that the Secretary may make in relation to if it is an auction, if it is a tender, how indeed that competitive process will be run. So I wondered if the Minister had in fact had those discussions with the Secretary and would be able to inform the House of the nature of that competitive process, because that is quite key in relation to how this will be run. Additionally, and I had a question around 16(1)(b) about the amount payable. I also have a question around 16(4)(b), which additionally requires another fee process. So there are quite a few different fees that apply here, and additionally, I think in that process, we've, as the Select Committee, said that some part of the amount of that licence should be retained if they withdraw their application. I did ask the Minister whether she had requested any money in a budget bid, and she indicated she had not, because it would be funded, self-funding. But because this is the first time we've done that, there will be some set-up costs. And so is the Minister saying that there will be no additional provision to the Department of Internal Affairs prior to this scheme being paid for through levies? And is that what she is telling the House today? So a few questions around that. I do have some further questions around once the licence is actually put forward, which I think will be important to get answers to.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very quick question for the Minister, picking up on something that she provided to the House, which was her response that she had considered other organisations to be the main body government agency apart from internal affairs. I'd like to understand which agencies in particular or government departments that she considered, and whether health or some part of the public health system was included, including the Ministry of Health. And I say that referring to a budget-sensitive document that was furnished from the Minister for Mental Health on the 24th of September 2024, where in the drafting of their strategy around gambling harm, that was done before the bill was introduced into the House. And in point 25, it says, the strategy also acknowledges the growth in online gambling and the government's recent decision to regulate online offshore casino gambling through a licensing system expected to take effect in early 2026. So that tells me that the strategic framework set up in here, which is all about increasing access to gambling harm support, growing the gambling harm workforce, all of that stuff was done after the decision to regulate the system. Now, so my question is, was health considered as one of the alternative organisations that could have been the main body to regulate this? And if it wasn't, what lines of communication and reporting and so on does she see between the Ministry of Health and Internal Affairs? And this relates to questions also around whether the harm minimisation strategies will be shared with health officials, and also whether the data and monitoring that is done in the sections that set up consumer protections will be shared with health officials in a way where harm minimisation can be effectively tracked. So just quick questions on that would be really helpful to the Minister's response.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Madam Chair, I will just touch on a couple of questions that came from Camilla Balich about public details on the regulations. Look, only the policy proposals have been released. I did refer to this last night. I believe that drafting instructions, they can't be shared, but the Cabinet decisions have been shared proactively, and I also referred to the fact that it still needs to go back through Cabinet in May. Camilla Balich also asked about what other options did we use for competitive processes. Ultimately, Cabinet decided on an auction, and that provides for a competitive process to determine who may apply for a licence.
Katie Nimmin.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. The party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Lamorga Lydia Sassini's amendment to Clause 8 as set out on AP number 534 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Kotahi te poti e tautoko ana.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to insert new clause 8A as set out on AP number 556 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Lamorga Lydia Sassini's amendment to clause 10 as set out on AP number 535 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 10 as set out on AP number 544 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote, thanks, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Oreni Kaipra's tabled amendment to clause 10 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clauses 10 and 18 as set out on AP number 543 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Tamitha Paul's amendments to clauses 13 and 15 as set out on AP number 507 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote, thanks, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 19, as set out on AP number 545, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendments to clause 19, as set out on AP number 546, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Lydia Sassini's tabled amendment to clause 19.3a, replacing 15 with 5, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Lydia Sassini's tabled amendment to clause 19.3a, replacing 15 with 8, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Lydia Sassini's tabled amendment to clause 19.3a, replacing 15 with 10, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Lydia Sassini's tabled amendment to clause 19.3a, replacing 15 with 12, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Lamorga Lydia Sassini's tabled amendment to clause 19.3b, replacing 3 with 1, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Do I have to put a question in? Members, we now come to part 3. This is the debate on clauses 37 to 49, duties and requirements. The question is that part 3 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn straight to section 37, which is the duty to ensure gambling platform is operating and available. My question to the Minister here is, given all her assurances that she is committed to harm minimisation, why do we only have things to do with the availability of a commencement of a licence within 90 days or ensuring that the gaming platform is operating and available for at least 270 days per year, and absolute silence on minimum mandatory duties? For example, did she consider inserting mandatory loss limits into that provision? That would seem to be an eminently sensible minimum duty and requirement, that if somebody had lost a significant amount of money online, that the operator would provide an assurance that they would not be exposed to further opportunities to gamble. Did she consider cooling off periods, that somebody, if they have been gambling online for hours on end, wouldn't that be a good trigger for an operator to have a positive duty of care towards them? Or what about pre-commitment systems? I note through this whole subpart that it talks about consumer protection, but it's very much about the willingness of the operator recognising and responding to harmful gambling, rather than having a positive duty of care to people. And does she accept that there is a conflict of interest in the operator having that role? Why didn't she put in minimum mandatory duties? She could still regulate, as she has said previously, to prescribe what they are, but having the duty bound in legislation would be a real indicator of a genuine commitment to harm minimisation under section 37.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of amendments in this part, and I just want to talk to a couple at the moment, then I'll talk to some a little bit later on. The first one is Amendment 547, and it's around actually increasing the minimum age from 18 to 20. And just kind of wondering what advice the Minister did get on actually setting it at 18, which is at odds with land-based casino, which is 20 years. And it does seem a little bit strange that we would allow an easier form of gambling when it's on your phone, on your computer, in your home, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to be available to 18-year-olds, and whether there's been any advice on the actual long-term harm when we enable 18-year-olds to gamble. And also in relation to that, which is my other amendment, 548, is the use of take all reasonable steps, and that features on clause 38, 39, 40 and 44. And it feels like it's very weak language, and we only have to look at e-scooter hireage that you see around, which is meant to be limited to over 18s, and the amount of younger children that appear to be a lot younger than 18 on those e-scooters, often many of them on one scooter at a time, and I would be guessing that those companies have to take all reasonable steps. So I would like to know from the Minister what is the definition of all reasonable steps, and what advice did they get around that? And actually, would it not be better just to remove those words altogether and just ensure that the operator actually makes certain that any person that uses online gambling platforms are 18 years?
Lemanga Lydia Sassini.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the ability to provide contribution. Have questions with regards to Part 3, provision number 37, ensure gambling platform is operating and available. And I do have an amendment paper submitted. In particular, it's with regards to gambling platforms and their hours of operation. And there should be some limitations around that. So what I wanted to ask the Minister is, what was the conversation in terms of getting to that specific provision when it is operating and available? And then look, I appreciate that it's an online platform which is going to be available 24/7. However, through the Internal Affairs, did they give advice in terms of operating hours specific to when young people sleep, awake, and the activities that they do to minimise the risk of online gambling? We heard through select committee process that there should be restricted limitations on what is available. So I appreciate that it's a 24/7 platform. However, if we are wanting to reduce harm and minimise the harm and protect our consumers, there should be some strong recommendations. So wanting to just check with Minister, were those sort of cases looked at, and what questions did she ask, and what advice did officials give in terms of these licences that are going to come in, do their thing? Because there is not the strong requirement that they need to be based in New Zealand, we don't want to guess what those provisions will be like in terms of limitations. I go back to some of the submissions specific to kaupapa Māori, their concerns in terms of was there conversations with various specialists. We also heard from Problem Gambling Foundation to do with consumer protections, and their worries or their concerns, their strong concerns is how will these provisions being put forward, how specific will the protections be for our consumers that are here, and in particular vulnerable communities plus those under 18 who will be exposed to the advertising and the provisions that is provided in the bill. In terms of internal affairs, how far-reaching were there when they viewed the submissions, and in terms of what the select committee process was? We had a number of submissions raise a concern around vulnerable communities. With Problem Gambling Foundation that I heard through another select committee of the petitions, they raised the concern and questions around the viability and in terms of consumer protections, what that will actually mean, how will it be spelled out. So the bill has outlined in this provision that the gambling platform is operating and available. When will it be unavailable? And how will our vulnerable communities be protected? So I want to ask the Minister those questions.
Mr. Chair, my questions are specifically about 69, 4 and 5. And I want to know, when I look at that 1.4a, it talks about that the Secretary must give a person to whom the complaint relates a reasonable opportunity to make written comments. What I'd like to know from the Minister, first of all, is what would a reasonable opportunity look like? I'm not at all sure what that looks like in the...
Can you repeat that?
It's section 69 4A. Am I on the right part?
It's part 4, we're on part 3.
We can go there now, though.
Thank you. Sorry.
Camilla Bellich.
Some questions. Disappointed I didn't get to ask any in relation to subparts 3 and 4 in the previous section, but on to part 3 now. I wanted to ask in clause 38, what are the steps that will be required by the Minister to ensure that this age, what are the steps in relation to verification that will need to be taken? I wanted to ask in relation to 39, in relation to compliance with the regulations, what will the procedures be that are set out in the regulations to comply with 39 to minimise online harm? I wanted to ask about the timing of the exclusion register in 40. This is a very important point. This was raised also in Select Committee. Will the self-exclusion register be available at the time that the main bill comes into effect? We've heard that self-exclusion is an incredibly effective form of enabling and empowering those who have recognised gambling problems to ensure that they are not able to participate in gambling when they themselves do not wish for this to occur. So the timing of that is incredibly important. I wanted to ask in relation to 41, clause 41, about the registration icon and the nature of this registration icon and why, in fact, it is required that an operator play the registration audio mark, which is another thing. What is the registration audio mark? Will this be to, for example, this online gambling provider is regulated by the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Is that what a registration audio mark is? And if that is in fact the case, so similarly to maybe ads you might hear overseas, or I guess when you have a situation where we have to authenticate or include the address on political advertising, will it be that every advertising piece that is put forward by online casino gamblers is then linked to the Ministry of Internal Affairs? I'm just interested if that's what the effect of this will be, and how will Internal Affairs ensure that under 41.3 all of that information is then, if the registration lapses, taken down within 24 hours. I mean, that seems to be an extraordinary requirement if there is no longer a licence for that to be taken down within that period of time, considering that could have been shared quite openly around the internet. And I wondered in that case whether it might be prudent to include a date as at the date of a certain point in time, or registered to a certain point in time, if that was considered at all. The other question I had was in relation to 42. This states that there can't be any credit for online casino gambling. Now, I imagine that's credit, so if a particular provider wanted to say, well, please come and gamble with our online provider and we'll give you, $20 to start you off, that would be prohibited. But what I want to know is, will this also cover a situation where someone is able to put on their own money, do a bit of gambling, win a credit. Is that going to be possible under this section? I wanted to know whether that's actually covered by that. So there's quite a few questions under that first part. I do have some further questions after 43 on information collection and retention, but I'll see if the Minister can respond to those.
Honourable Brooke Van Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will rise to take a call and respond to a number of the concerns and questions. Lamanga Lydia Sassone firstly asked about limitations on the hours that should be available. And look, the bill itself aims to provide choice for consumers so that they can gamble in a safer regulated market. Offshore operators currently are available 24/7, and so this ensures that consumers are not channeled into the black market by too much restriction on the regulations that we put in place as a government, because ultimately if things are not going to be available at the time that the consumer wants them to be available, there is a higher likelihood people may just choose to use the black market. There's been a question from Mike Davidson about why is it that we need to take all reasonable steps, and I think in some ways this is aligned to the question that Camilla Bellich had about steps for age and the age of 18. And look, taking all reasonable steps is a standard drafting procedure when placing obligations on regulated parties to take all reasonable steps to meet an obligation. Some events may be outside the regulated party's controls, but also in response to Camilla about age, it is an offence in the bill to gamble on behalf of a person under 18, and the operator must ensure that people using their platforms are over the age of 18, and so those things I think are quite linked. Mike Davidson also then queried age limit in terms of why it is 18 and not 20 to align with land-based casinos. And the true answer to this is that TAB, Lotto, Instant Kiwi products, gambling on pokies in clubs and pubs across New Zealand have an age limit of 18 rather than 20. Yes, there is an age limit of 20 to go into casinos in New Zealand. However, the age limit for land-based casinos was set in the Gambling Act a long time ago to align with what was previously the legal age for purchasing and consuming alcohol. And it hasn't changed as the requirements for alcohol purchase have dropped. So there's possibly, a potential change that some other minister might wish to do in the future for alignment. I'm not so fussed on that, so I see more of an argument for 18. Ingrid Leary also asked about platforms and why they must operate within 90 days. That's to ensure that operators are not banking their licenses, but they are actually using them, because there's a possibility that someone takes a license away from a competitor in an anti-competitive move, but doesn't actually choose to use it if they have multiple licenses. So the regulations include limits on operating in that respect. There is a question from Lydia Lamanga Sassone about specific protections in the law. Once again, these are fleshed out in more detail in the regulations around harm and consumer protections. Camilla Bellich did ask a question about the exclusion register. And the exclusion register regulations need to be implemented by December 2027 because officials are currently working on this as it was a later addition, and so it won't necessarily be ready when the bill passes. However, I would just suggest that under the current status quo, there is no exclusion register. There is a completely unregulated market, and so having this regulation come into force 1 year later is better than the status quo. Yes, in a theoretical world, it would be nice to have everything come into force at the exact same time. However, like I suggest, it was a later addition to the law. There is also a question from Camilla Bellich about the registration audio mark. The Secretary is developing guidance on the registration icon. Whether this will be linked to a website is yet to be determined, but the icon itself will be published by public notice so people will know what it is, and that in some way just allows people to know that what they're hearing is actually a licensed provider. Camilla also asked, will free credit be available? If the money is not to be paid back, it is not credit. Otherwise, no credit is allowed to be offered under the law.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Minister for answering so many of the questions. Just to point out that my question around Section 37 was not about the 90 days, it was about the minimum mandatory duties, and I'd really welcome a response to that. Also, just ask if the Minister wouldn't mind pronouncing my colleague's name correctly. It's quite difficult hearing it mispronounced all the time. I believe it's Lamonga Lydia Sorsini. If that could be afforded to my colleague, that would be really great. My question is specifically in relation to clause section 40 about excluding certain persons. We've already talked about taking reasonable steps, but my question is about the words is excluded from gambling on its gambling platform. And the question I have is around what resources or requirements will operators have to actively monitor compliance with harm minimisation obligations across multiple platforms. The bill seems to be silent on this, and we know the reality of gambling harm is that many people will spend hours on one platform and then maybe transfer to another. We have these consumer protections that are not really harm minimisation provisions, but there doesn't seem to be a requirement for a licensed operator to have any understanding of what the harmful habits are of somebody who's going across multiple platforms. Equally, what resourcing or ability will the Secretary have to be able to monitor behaviours that show online gambling operators with licences allowing people to go across multiple platforms endlessly, causing harm to themselves when the bill appears to be silent on that? And I wonder if the solution, well, part of the problem is because it talks about operators only, and if we go to the definition section, there was an opportunity to extend operators so that it would look at the whole ecosystem, so that's payment providers, affiliate marketers, software providers. I would ask the Minister to consider an amendment, which would be happy to write for her, in section 40, that would simply, if we extended it from operators to others in the ecosystem and somehow found words to do that, that would then resolve the very real problem of these people who will be harmed by gambling across multiple online platforms. The alternative scenario would be to change the word operators in the definition section or to extend it there. So I'm wondering if the Minister would provide answers to how we're going to reduce the harm in that respect, and whether she would consider changing the bill to be able to take into account that very real problem gambling scenario.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my call will be very quick because it's just on one point, and it was actually in relation to a matter that was raised just earlier around clause 42, and I guess it's very clear that's quite a vague clause because it doesn't quite line out what they're talking about when they mention credit. So I have an amendment 549 that just, I guess, removes a little bit of that doubt, that actually expands on what they're talking about. So it's for avoidance of doubt, this includes buy now, pay later services, credit cards, and any other deferred payment methods. And I actually think it's quite it's a good amendment that actually can help this bill, just to avoid any of that doubt that is created from 42, where it just talks about providing credit. And I'm just wondering whether the Minister would consider supporting that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Minister, I do have some questions with provision 46, and I do have an amendment paper in. The complaints register that is listed in the bill will be a very important tool. Being a new system coming into Aotearoa in terms of the licences, or up to 15 licences, it's going to be quite a large operation. And my amendment paper speaks about the requirement, because some of the language that is used in specifically 46 subpart 5, it talks about just the different requirements that the operator will have to do in terms of their licence, in terms of the operations, periodic information provided to DIA or the Secretary. Specific around number of complaints. So being a whole new system, and it's going to probably have a runway of about a couple of years, 3 years, 2-3 years before a review is held, it will be important that the public will be able to have a look at the licence system and who's complaining about it. So my amendment paper talks about specific explicit information with regards to publishing the information online and recognising that with a new system it will take time to bed in. And specifically, when there will be complaints, where do the public go to view the information? And also, the operator will have, as set out in regulations, the requirements to do all of those things. The public, there is an assumption that the public may not be interested. However, I would have to argue against that there will be interest around who the licensees are, the successful licensees, how many platforms do they have, what is working well, what is not working well, how does the public access that information. So my amendment speaks about informing, educating the public as to what site do they go to, where do they find that information, directory, etc. Because there, we assume that there may not be complaints. There may be specific complaints. For example, a person goes onto a site, doesn't find the information, or may have won a prize, and then they may come across a problem where, how do I get that prize? One of the things that the submitter, Problem Gambling Foundation, raised in their submissions, oral submissions, was that the system will be set up, but if you cannot find good information on the internet that's publicly available, how will the public, particularly those who work in the space around consumer protections, around harm minimisation, how will they get to know information that is publicly widely available rather than having to contact the regulator all the time? And the New Zealand public will want to see the information specific around operators and the licensees, and especially if they don't have to be domiciled in Aotearoa. So the protections, the education information, how will people know, complaints have been received, where do I go, is it readily accessible? That's what I'm interested in, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, firstly, to the comment by Ingrid Leary, as a person who also doesn't have an English name, I totally understand when your name gets butchered, so I apologise if I've been doing that inadvertently and not realising. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. To the question that Ingrid Leary actually did have about minimum mandatory duties, there is a requirement for operators to minimise harm, and that is provided for throughout the regulations. Harm minimisation strategies will show how operators will minimise harm to consumers, and that must be provided as part of the application process. Consumers can also block transactions with gambling operators via their own banks, and that liability should lie with operators, so it is why it is included like that in the definition and not through other industry organisations or the tech companies themselves. Mike Davidson had a question in relation to his amendment paper 549 about credit. And look, the clause that's in the bill is modelled off the Gambling Act, and it's very clear that no credit must be offered by operators regardless of the type of credit. Credit sourced by consumers such as credit cards will actually be restricted through the regulations, so his amendment is not necessary. There's another question about the amendment paper from Lydia Lamonga Sorsene. Thank you very much. About whether the Secretary must publish information on complaints from operators. Consumers can raise complaints directly to the Secretary. There are reporting and auditing requirements that will be set in the regulation, but nothing in the bill prevents the Secretary from publishing information on complaints. So I don't think the amendment is necessary. Lydia Lamonga Sorsiene also had a question about the complaints process in the register, and just alluding more to that, that Cabinet has approved details to be set out in the regulations about the complaints through the process and through the register.
Commander Ballot.
Too late. I've got some further
You're allowed
questions.
but slow to your feet.
Yeah, he's at a disadvantage because he's so tall. Anyway, I do have some questions in relation to 3 areas, and one I won't focus on as much because it has been touched on by some other colleagues, but I do have a question in relation to complaints, which I don't think has been covered. I want to start at, so the 3 areas I want to cover are covered in clauses 43 to 49, and essentially these clauses cover change to a person with a significant influence, changes to key officers, and complaints. And so the point that I just wanted to make about complaints, because I appreciate that that has been addressed, is that there is significant requirements, as has already been discussed, in relation to individual providers to deal with complaints. And there is, I note, in 46.5 a requirement for the Secretary to require an operator to provide them with information on complaints. But what I wanted to know is, was there any thought given, or will there be a separate requirement for the Secretary to have its own complaints register to be able to ensure that these online casino gambling companies are actually complying with what they need to be doing under this Act, and so that can be directly rather than through the complaints procedure of the individual entities which are registered. So I think I appreciate the Minister's guidance on that. It might be that that's in another, that's addressed in the regulations, but I appreciate that. The other question I wanted to ask is about the process that would be put in place when there I'm just wondering if my timing. Oh, there we are. Yeah, it's like it was the longest minute of my life. And Tim's. Thanks, Tim. Always count on you for support. The question I have around the continuation is obvious, and I think these are good provisions to have in place in the bill, is to make sure that when there's essentially a change of ownership or change of person who has significant influence over the entity which is regulated, that the Secretary is informed of that, and also that if there are changes to key officers, the same tests that we talked about in earlier provisions are applied to those new key officers. But the question I have is, when there are these significant changes, will that operator be allowed to continue to operate despite the fact that some of the very thorough pre-registration or even pre-registration of interest to participate in the auction tests may not have been able to be conducted with the people who are either remaining there or if other people are there. So I think that is important in terms of the ability for New Zealanders to have confidence. If I wondered, it appears to me that they are able to continue to operate, but I wondered if the Minister would consider that if some of these key officers or people with influence changed before the due diligence is able to be undertaken, that there would be able to be a pause in operation for those entities until the Secretary can be satisfied that the same standards of accountability, information, checks around important things like criminal record checks have been undertaken with the new change of circumstances. So I think these are prudent provisions to have in a bill, but I just wonder whether they go far enough, and whether there could be the opportunity for an actor which we would not provide a licence to being able to have influence while a online gambling provider is able to operate. Mr Chair.
Katie Nimmin.
Mr Chair.
On this question, now close.
Well done, Katie. Ingrid Leary.
That my colleague Camilla Balich does have further questions. I just haven't heard an answer from the Minister in relation to how monitoring and compliance will occur for operators to ensure people don't spend hours gambling across multiple platforms, or is she comfortable with the fact that the bill is silent on that? Just a quick question, but I know my colleague has further questions.
Camilla Balich.
Well, Mr Chair, it's a difficult situation to be in because we have had important questions that haven't been answered in this question, and so I'd like to give the Minister the opportunity to answer those questions with some assurance that these may be able to be addressed in a latter part of the debate, because I do think, as I've said, that these are sections that generally seem quite prudent, but making sure that they operate in a way which is responsible would also be important to hear from the Minister on.
Honourable Brooke Van-Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Speaking to some of the questions from Camilla Balich, firstly, she asked whether or not there would be a separate requirement for complaints to the Secretary. Section 68 sets out the process for complaints to the Secretary. There was also a question about significant influence, and the bill also suggests that there must be all reasonable steps taken to ensure that an operator or a person doesn't have significant influence over more than 3 licences. If they fail to do so, they will be in breach of requirements.
Mr Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
I move this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Ayes have it.
The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for the clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Tākutu Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Lamonga Lydia Sosine's tabled amendment inserting new clause 37 brackets 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Tākutu Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson amendments to clause 38 as set out on amendment paper number 547 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Tākutu Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Ordinary Kaipara's tabled amendment to clause 38 is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 38 39 and 40 as set out on amendment paper number 548 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 41 as set out on amendment paper number 543 are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 42 as set out on amendment paper number 549 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 44 as set out on amendment paper number 550 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Lemonga Lydia Sosene's amendment to clause 46 as set out on amendment paper number 536 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that part 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to part 4. Part 4, this is a debate on clauses 50 to 74, compliance, enforcement and regulatory matters. The question is that part 4 stand part. Ingrid Leary.
Mr Chair, we'll have a lot of questions on this part because this is where the rubber really hits the road in terms of the Minister being able to demonstrate to us how the regulating of offshore entities with no real vested interest in New Zealand and who are difficult to reach and manage are going to be able to be made to comply with the bill, how the enforcement provisions will work and how the regulatory provisions will work as well. And I know there'll be many questions regarding why such important matters around harm minimisation and advertising in particular are relegated to regulation. I'd like to just mention an overview of this part for those who are listening at home, that this really puts a stronger enforcement emphasis on protecting the market from unlicensed regulators and does not really speak to gambling harm apart from relegating the harm minimisation enforcement measures into regulation. And my questions really for all of this part, but particularly around the enforceable undertakings in Section 52, what evidence does the Minister have that Part 4 will actually deter unlicensed operators from operating in New Zealand, given all the enforcement issues? What additional resources will the regulator have to monitor compliance across multiple international gambling online platforms? She has already said that she has not done an additional budget bid, and there are real issues that we still haven't heard answers to in relation to people who gamble across multiple platforms and operators who operate across multiple platforms. There is a gaping hole in our knowledge around how that is going to be managed. So I'd really like to know from the Minister, this is her opportunity to answer the previous questions, but also answer in relation to the enforceable undertakings and the meaning of Civil Liberty Acts in sections 52 and 50, what additional resources she sees that the regulator will have, and where will those resources come from? The really critical question that I have for the enforceable undertaking, section 52, it also does go into further sections which we can ask about later to do with individuals and offences. What enforcement mechanism is linked to measurable increases in gambling harm, or are enforcement powers limited to regulatory breaches? Because all morning I have been asking the Minister, and colleagues have been interrogating the Minister about which parts of this bill meet the purpose statement in section 3 that talks about harm minimisation, and we are yet to hear any answers that adequately satisfy us that the bill does what it says it's going to do on the tin. And the tin where it says that is section 3, and all throughout the answers we have not heard anything about harm minimisation. So what enforcement mechanism is linked to that, and how will that be able to proceed in terms of information flows, anonymised gambling patterns and data from operators or from the Secretary over to health officials to monitor the harm so that regulations can be tweaked and altered in response to that. All throughout the questions last night and today, we have not heard an answer to that question. So I'd really like the Minister to respond now, and I know that colleagues will have a lot of questions relating to how enforceable this bill actually is.
Mr Chair.
Oh,
thank you, Mr Chair. I have some questions with regards to Part 4, Provision 51, which are formal warnings. And in the bill, it talks about how that process, if a person has had a formal warning, then the Secretary is satisfied that that act civil liability. One of the questions I want to ask, well, I've got a couple of questions with regards to the assumptions that have been made in accordance with everyone across New Zealand speaks English and understands English. And the reason why I raise it is because in the formal warning, which I assume is going to be in the English language, given that the online casino gambling, and we heard a number of bill that's come in, we heard a number of submitters that are not necessarily born in New Zealand and speak another language, either Te Reo or Pacific or Chinese or Indian. The reason why I ask this question, which may be quite a small question or perhaps non-relevant is because we heard from those specific groups who lodged their submissions, who spoke to them in the oral submissions to the Select Committee members with regards to online casino gambling and the harm that it causes and some of the misunderstandings with regards to language being written and symbols that you see in an online platform. So it may not be relevant to the Minister that she has had or received some advice from the Secretary or officials, but how will that be transpired when this provision talks about formal warnings? There's an assumption that people across New Zealand have an excellent command of English, both verbal and writing. But I can tell you now that there have been some challenges in people understanding a notice or a formal warning, because it's actually quite different from people that are born outside New Zealand. And I've just had a quick look at our census data in 2023. We've got across New Zealand now just under 2 million, right across New Zealand, Aotearoa, that fit in that category. And I specifically raise it because a number of submitters were from vulnerable communities. And so whilst this is a completely different query, I am interested in A, what advice, or was there any advice given by the Secretary to the Minister? B, in terms of the system, there's a strong assumption that the methodology will be reasonable and practical, and people that are gamblers will understand what they're doing. Well, I would have to raise those questions to the Minister. It would be helpful for the Minister to outline. That may not have come in the remit, but I am interested because we had a number of submitters that came through how online casino gambling is quite harmful to their communities. And in particular, I raise again our young people under 18, some are born outside this country. I'm very interested to hear from the Minister.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Mr Chair. First, speaking to the queries that came from Ingrid Leary, talking about the enforcement focus, I guess, within this part, focusing on the market and not necessarily on harm minimisation. Those things are still to come in further parts, so don't be too concerned. There is also a query about the budget and not going for budget bids into the future, asking for more money. That's because there will be a levy on the company, so it is cost recovered, and the levy itself can be adjusted in regulations. But the bill itself does provide for a range of enforcement tools to ensure that the regime is effective. They're all listed here. There's takedown notices, formal warnings, enforceable undertakings, pecuniary penalties of up to $5 million, with fines and licence cancellations where operators fail to apply. And the law will also allow extraterritorial application to enable the enforcement of these tools cross-border. The provisions also allow for the Secretary to require information that supports their regulatory functions and to share information and respond to requests from overseas regulators where confidentiality and privacy protections are in place. I guess further to the question of what provisions in the bill actually do talk about harm, a lot of that is within the regulations themselves. The bill is intentionally set at a high level to ensure that the operational details can be covered in the regulations. And like we spoke about in the previous part, and I think the part potentially even before that, it's intentionally designed so that that can change with technological innovation and changes over time, so that we don't have to go through and change the entire law again with technological progress. Lamonga Lydia Sorciene was asking about formal warnings and information in languages. Look, formal warnings are to be made to operators. That will be part of the law. Operators will be conducting their business in English. The languages for consumers is an interesting point, because Cabinet has agreed that operators must provide information and services in languages commonly spoken in New Zealand.
Helen White.
I want to ask about the takedown notice regime. First of all, I was interested to see whether this regime is similar to other regimes in terms of takedown notices. So I'm asking specifically about Section 59 and the reliance on an order for, so there's a failure in the process, someone doesn't take it down, and it ends up at the High Court. And my concern there is really a practical one. The High Court's expensive, and it is overrun at the present time. So I'm worried about the speed of a takedown in that situation, because we've already been through quite a process by that point, and then we are in a situation where we have to wait for a time in the High Court. I'd like the Minister to comment on what the practicalities of that process would be. Would there be a possibility for urgency? Because it doesn't look like it to me, some sort of injunctive process, etc., but it's more a case of just speeding up the end result of being able to take it down, given so much harm is done on the way. And then I wanted to know about the extraterritorial nature of that, because often you would be having these things coming in from overseas, and there would be an issue about taking down in other places in the world. Is that what the Minister is saying would happen also in the High Court, that insistence at that point? And in which case, how does that work with service in terms of an overseas operator? I'd be grateful for your answers.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to take my first call in part 4. The question I have really, when I look at the substantive parts of part 4, essentially what is being set out is a regime of civil liability, and the Minister just in her previous answer outlined all of the different civil liabilities that could occur, including the pecuniary penalty, as she stated, which for a company, not a person, is quite high at $5 million. The question I have, though, is there is additionally in Part 4 an offence, and that the only offence, criminal offence in this Act, is the fact of allowing or knowingly or recklessly allowing someone under the age of 18 to actually participate in online gambling. That is the only criminal offence in this particular part that we're looking at the moment. And the rest of the offences, which are outlined in Clause 50, can be quite serious. So breaching all of the rules in relation to conduct, breaching advertising rules, failing to display registrations, maybe that's not as serious, providing credit, very serious. That is potentially very much at odds with the objective of the Act. And so what I was wondering is it appropriate to simply have one criminal offence in Clause 66, or would the other offences against this Act, which result in civil liability, actually some of those instances may be as serious as, well, maybe not as serious, I don't want to undermine the importance of making sure that our children don't participate in online gambling as outlined in 66, but they are still serious and could significantly undermine the regime. And so the point, I think, is why do we have to then wait for the High Court to make an order, and why is the initial step in relation to enforceable undertakings, formal warnings, are very, very minor in terms of the potential breaches that could be in place. And so I just wondered if the regulatory regime in relation to compliance and enforcement lacked teeth and lacked perhaps the resources and speed, and I think that was what Helen White was alluding to in terms of the time period that it takes to go to the High Court and actually get an order to get some of these terrible practices stopped, may be a very long time. If these were criminal offences, obviously it wouldn't be up to the Secretary to take all those enforcement steps in order to make sure that everything was being complied with. So those are my questions in relation to clauses 50 to 66, which others have already mentioned, and there might be some more details in there too. I did have some more questions around the complaints to the Secretary too, though. We did touch on this briefly earlier in the previous part when we looked at the fact that individual organisations who are regulated by this Act would have to have a complaints register, but additionally, as foreshadowed, there is a complaints register to the Secretary as well, and that is also a significant undertaking, the fact that not only will the Secretary be having to decide whether to take enforcement action when there has been a non-compliance, but also have a register and also have investigations. I wonder around I mean, this is probably not something the Minister had any involvement with, but I mean, really the complaints to the Secretary, this will be where a lot of the enforcement action comes from, and so it's interesting that it's comes after the outlines in relation to liability. That would be my understanding anyway. So I think just some very important, significant questions around the effectiveness of the civil regime as opposed to the criminal regime, and also I know colleagues will have further questions around the complaint process that the Secretary will follow.
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just responding to a couple of the queries we've had this morning. Helen White asked about the takedown notices and practicality of going to the High Court. Look, the High Court is the most appropriate court for these types of measures because it's quite similar to other regimes that we have in New Zealand, such as the Films, Video and Classifications Act. The regulator will also work with other overseas regulators to enforce. Camilla Balich was asking about the offence to gamble on behalf of a person under 18 and why it was just one provision. Ultimately, that's because Cabinet agreed to one offence. The Secretary has a range of other tools that are available to address potential breaches.
I'm going to call Ingrid Leary, but I've been watching the debate for quite some time and I don't want any more speeches, and this is not a reference to the current member on the feet, but I think we really need to hone in now because we've spent quite considerable time on a bill that's already had a process of select committee. So, Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My specific question is on the offence of online casino gambling on behalf of a person under 18 years old in section 66. When we look at what that offence covers, it's basically somebody who's either gambling on behalf of an under 18-year-old or is reckless about that. And I wonder what attention was given to the circumstances in which that might arise, because we have heard that there is a harm minimisation element to the purpose of this bill, and yet the only scenario that I can think of that would really apply in section 66 is when the person themselves who's doing the online gambling on behalf of the under 18-year-old themselves has a gambling harm issue. And yet this is the only provision where there has been offence created. So we have all sorts of other potential harms happening, such as advertising to under 18-year-olds or advertising outside of the regulations, which are all in the regulatory regime, and yet the one single offence that seems to have appeared in this bill that is not a civil liability matter is most likely to occur when somebody has a gambling harm problem. So what advice did the Minister receive about that? Did she talk to health officials or anyone from the mental health part of the Ministry of Health? And why did she decide to only include this as an offence, which seems to be doing the opposite of what the bill says on the tin? It seems to be punishing somebody with an online gambling harm problem And yet there are a plethora of other potential problems that should be, in our view, covered by offences rather than a civil liability regime.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I'll take another question from Camilla Bellich because you signalled before you had another point to make, but I'm getting very close to ending this part, so we need to keep it really relevant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just note that I do have a question in relation to subpart 3. Additionally, there is subpart 4 and subpart 5, which haven't been touched on before we come on to part 5. So I'll endeavour to get as many questions in those relevant sections as I can.
That'd be appreciated. Thank
The
you.
question I have in relation to subpart 3 is in relation to complaints to the Secretary. I was reading through this quite carefully, and the question I have for the Minister is, does this give the Secretary jurisdiction to investigate complaints by family members or third parties in relation to the conduct of the online casino gambling operator? And the reason I think that that's important is because in many of these instances where obviously an improper activity may have occurred, we may be dealing with someone who has an addiction to gambling, who needs assistance, and it may be only that family members or third parties are aware of the way that an operator is operating. It may be in that instance that they don't have perfect information, and I wanted to just check with the Minister and whether she could get some advice on whether imperfect information or that perhaps maybe the individual themselves who's participating in the gambling may have access to would be able to be considered in complaints to the Secretary. I do think that that's important because I think it may be that that family members complain to the operator, but it may be also that if there are many complaints in relation to the same operator, then that gives additional reason and additional concern to the Secretary to be able to investigate that. So that's in relation to subpart 3. So I think that's really important. I think the other point which is also important is, to what extent will there be initiative taken, and I'm talking to clause 72 in subpart 4 here, when the Secretary is looking to share information with overseas regulators? Will this be something that is on a request basis, or whether they feel that there's perhaps an online gambling operator that might be operating in many jurisdictions that may need to have information shared across borders because they are acting in a way which is perhaps contrary to the different jurisdictions. Now, this is quite a complex thing, and again goes to the additional duties that the Secretary will have in relation to making sure that they comply with these duties under this Act. It's a considerable task to assess all of the information available in relation to complaints that may be raised by the regulator, and then decide whether that is to be shared with overseas operators as well. Of course, they'll have slightly different jurisdictions, and they might have slightly different. The breaches may be slightly different, but of course, if someone's acting in a way that ignores all of the different provisions, then that could be that they do want to share that. In relation to subpart 5, this is the public register of operators and licences. And I wanted to know, and I didn't get to ask this question earlier, but this physical address in New Zealand, this has come up in previous sections as well, but I don't think has been touched on. We did talk about the territorial issues in part 1, but when we talk about the physical address for service in New Zealand, is this able to be a PO box? Does this have to be a physical address that could actually, for example, be used to contact someone where there's a human being there, or an actual physical location, or could it just be, in fact, a PO box that could be forwarding to an overseas address? And so that provision is not only in this provision, but I wanted to ask that question at an earlier stage. I didn't have the opportunity, and I wanted to know if that was the case, because that does go to the integrity of the register as outlined in 74, and the information that will be available to people who want to be able to hold these people to account, because if we don't know where they are, it's going to be extremely difficult. And the high likelihood is that the majority of these companies will be overseas-based companies. So I really want to know that specific question. Others may have questions in relation to the public register, but that was my specific one.
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just tidying up a few of these queries and concerns. Firstly, to Ingrid Leary, which was in some ways quite repetitive based on previous ones that we've already had before. Ultimately, Cabinet agreed that there would be one offence, and we want to make sure as a Cabinet that children under 18 were protected from the risk of harm from gambling, and the Ministry of Health was consulted during the development of this bill. Camilla Balich then asked about the Secretary having jurisdiction to investigate complaints by third parties. Yes, this is possible. That process for complaints to the Secretary is set out in sections 68 to 70. Camilla Balich also asked about sharing information with overseas regulators. Look, the Secretary has ability to share information with privacy restrictions in place, and that is context dependent.
Carlos Chung.
Debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Mike Davidson's amendments to clause 66 as set out on AP number 547 are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that part 4 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Oh, sorry, New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we now come to part 5, which is the debate on clauses 75 to 80, regulations and minimum standards. The question is that part 5 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Lamonga Lydia Sorsini.
Oh, thanks, Madam Chair. I would like to draw the Minister's attention to part 5, provision number 77, regulations relating to advertising and marketing. I do have an amendment paper in with some specific requests, and the clause that I want to replace is to insert a new clause, 77(3)(c). We have heard comments from previous speakers and colleagues with regards to minimising harm and protecting our young ones, our children. And so my amendment speaks to banning inserting a new clause, any online or internet-based advertising or marketing where the intended recipient of such marketing is advertising under 18 years old. We have to be cognizant of online platforms that are available to specifically under 18s, our children, our young people, and we know through general platforms that there is quite a saturation in terms of advertising. I wanted to ask the Minister, what advice has she received with respect to this clause? We have concerns with advertising and marketing, given that there is little known about those applications of licensee holders that they will be coming into a system. There are obviously big companies that have some of them may have worldwide operations, so they're very skilled in their business operations as to marketing things that they do on their platforms. Minister, what type of advice or what did the officials say in terms of this provision, and how strict will those advertising mechanisms be, given the fact that we are really concerned on this side of the House of the harm that is going to be caused, and whilst we may not get full prohibition, this is going to regulate, we know that this is going to regulate a market that has been there for quite some time. One of the things that I do want to raise, Minister, is what type of advice did you receive in that these platforms are being updated all the time? It's a real competition for overseas companies to be able to come into New Zealand, do their products, and I still have a strong concern around them not having to be located or domiciled in New Zealand. I do have another question with regards to the marketing tools that they will, these companies, which we don't know, there is strong provisions around the regulations. However, the type of products that they are going to be able to extrapolate across their products in terms of how will you be ensured, or how will the public of New Zealand be ensured or assured that our young people, specifically our children, are going to be protected from these types of platforms or licensee holders? Because I can tell you now, kids in South Auckland, specifically those under 18, have access to devices. Sure, they provide good things like communication with their parents, education, they're used for education. There are some prohibitions around there around recent announcements by government. But I want to ask that question on behalf of parents and caregivers who have specifically asked me around consumer protections. How will our children be protected? Thank you, Minister.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I will speak to the queries about Section 77. To the amendment paper 533 in the member's name, look, it is not necessary that we have a new provision within the law talking about harm minimisation enforcement of age restrictions, because it is already in here. Operators will be required to set out the advertising and marketing strategies about how the operator will comply with regulations under Section 77. The effective controls on advertising will mitigate the risk of increased gambling and gambling harm through restrictions on the form, content, timing, frequency, and volume, location, and audience. The bill also requires that the regulations must be made that minimise the risk of harm from advertisements and marketing, and minimising advertisements and marketing to people under the age of 18. So it is unnecessary. Yes, it is true that a lot of the detail is in the regulations, but DIA did consult with a range of stakeholders, including health and research sectors, with the Problem Gambling Foundation and others through this process of policy development. And there are quite a few that we could go to at length, but I'll just give you a small number for the ones that I know are available online, because Cabinet has made them proactively released. Operators must not target ads at those under the age of 25 unless the operator can demonstrate that the ads can be precisely targeted at consumers over the age of 18. Where reasonably practicable, targeted age gating must be utilised to ensure advertising is only shown to those over the age of 18. Advertising during or 30 minutes before or after a live broadcast of an event that would reasonably attract viewership of children is prohibited. Placing ads where more than 20% of the expected audience is under the age of 18 is prohibited. Placing ads where those under the age of 18 are reasonably likely to be exposed to frequent online casino gambling ads is prohibited. Operators must exclude those who have self-excluded or those identified by an operator as a problem gambler from receiving direct and loyalty program advertising. And I could go on, but they are at length and publicly available.
Ricardo Menendez-Marsh.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just focusing on an amendment paper from my colleague Mike Davidson, 553, not 533, which was just spoken about. It relates to clause 77. And appreciate that the Minister has just outlined some of the intents of how she will intend to, operationalise this clause. But the amendment seeks to strengthen the language in clause 77, because at the moment what we have is that the Governor-General may, by order in council made on the recommendation of the Minister, make regulations. We believe that this opens the door for a future minister to basically leave these provisions relatively unregulated. And so our amendment strengthens the language from may to must, so that there has to, like the minister has to actually take action on this. I'm particularly concerned that the language around may could lead to a future government choosing to just not do anything about this. And that would be concerning. The amendment also would add additional language after clause 77(1)(e) to also insert, quote, including prohibiting the use of any advertisement whose intended audience is a particular cultural group. Now, we know that for some of our migrant and ethnic communities, there may be specific targeting that may occur using cultural signifiers or other means of advertisement that specifically seeks to target them on the basis of their cultural identity. We think that adding this language into clause 77 will also give the minister an additional tool to assess whether there is that level of targeting based on culture as well. And in the amendment, we also added, we suggest replacing clause 77(1)(f), that's on page 43, lines 29 and 30, with prohibiting the use of endorsement, sponsorship, and similar third-party arrangements in advertising, including affiliate marketing. We believe that basically that this will strengthen the ability for the minister to basically prevent influencers from being able to operate in ways that seek to cause harm to our communities and particularly young audiences. And so we wanted to engage with the minister as to whether she thinks that the provisions, and I want to go back to the language of may versus must, does she think that the language as written adequately safeguards a future minister who may be more inclined to deregulate or take a hands-off approach to the provisions in clause 77? And if she is not concerned about, if she thinks that this is a legitimate concern, would she be agreeable to make sure that ministers have to actually consider all the provisions in clause 77? I also want to know whether she has seen any advertisement or has received feedback of advertisement that specifically targets people on the basis of culture, whether that's something that she received feedback on in preparation of the bill. And if she didn't, whether she thinks that this is an oversight in how clause 77 is written. And I also want to know if the amendment from my colleague Mike Davidson would better address the use of influencers' platforms to try and entice young people online towards online gambling. We know this is a very genuine and concerning issue that has been, I think, raised with many of us. And we think that the language and the amendment that we've provided will help address this because of the affiliate marketing language that we're adding in there, which is the distinction as well. So again, we're trying to engage in good faith with these amendments and strengthen the provisions of this bill and seeking engagement with the minister, particularly around the may versus must language. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. Speaking to Ricardo Menendez-March's questions about changing 77(1) to the Governor-General must, by order in council, make these regulations. Look, it's actually not convention to require the Governor-General to do anything or to force her to do anything. So this government is not going to now force the Governor-General to make recommendations, but if it is of any help to the member, it is not necessary to change the language to be stronger in order to try and force regulations for harm minimisation to be made, because I, as the Minister, am already doing that. The regulations will come into force and they'll be there in force before people can legally advertise. And so I don't believe it is necessary and also quite a strange change of convention. For the amendment paper 553 that Ricardo Menendez-March has asked on behalf of Mike Davidson's AP, I don't believe this is also necessary. It talks about prohibiting the use of endorsements, sponsorships and similar third-party arrangements in ads, and prohibiting any use of ads whose intended audience is a particular cultural group. And the reason why I don't believe that that is necessary is because the publicly released regulations on advertising and marketing restrictions include the requirement that ads must not play on people's fears, beliefs, superstitions, or use cultural symbols, names, or imagery likely to cause serious or widespread offence. Cabinet has also agreed to prohibit endorsements, sponsorships already, and that includes things like social media influencers, and therefore there is no need to place this detail of restriction into the law.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Part 5, the regulations relating to harm prevention and minimisation, section 75. I think it's important that we get the Minister on the Hansard regarding what her expectation is around how those regulations will work. She has mentioned that the reason to put them in regulation is for there to be flexibility, and we appreciate that. But also we do have the issue of regulatory capture and the real risk of that with the creation of this regulated sector and the expansion of it simultaneously. So what appears to be missing, and what I haven't heard answers from in other parts but relates very much to this section, is how will she monitor the impact of the advertising? Because what we see in the bill is a very inputs orientated regime which makes assumptions about the level of harm that will be reduced by having certain criteria around advertising. However, we haven't heard from the Minister in response to our questions for evidence of that, so it's based on assumptions and a theory, and it may well bear out. However, it may be that we find there is an explosion in harm in New Zealand after the advertising takes place. So what are the mechanisms in this part of the bill that enable monitoring of the harm, and what is her expectation around changes to the regulations to reduce risk and harm in the event that the advertising regime that comes in under regulation in December 2026 does not appear to be working in that respect. It may be working in terms of consumer protection, which is something very different. I did not hear answers from the Minister to my questions last night about her understanding of what the difference is between consumer protection and harm. But this is where the proof would be in the pudding, is to have a mechanism. If there isn't, then what is her expectation, so that in the event we see reports of increased harm, there can be real pressure put on to change the regulations and not have the converse happen, which in my view is more likely, which is that there is lobbying pressure from the sector, which means that those advertisement regulations won't change, and there will be a complete disconnect between the advertising regime regulatory environment and the harm that is being caused.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you. And I think it's quite important to note on this side, we actually support good regulation. And the problem with this bill as it stands is that the regulations, it's not good enough. And we're trying to put forward lots of amendments to actually make it better than what it currently stands at. So I just want to continue talking to some of my amendments that I've put forward. And I won't talk to 552 because that was also about replacing may with must, because obviously that's been spoken to before. So I'll skip past that one, and I'll talk to 551. And so this is around clause 75. And it's added a section, another clause subpart to it, AB, prescribing mandatory limits on the amount that may be deposited and then lost from an account on gambling platform over a specified period of time. And I actually think this is actually a really important amendment and will actually achieve quite a good outcome, because what we know is through the harm, actually, it's sometimes the amount of money that's lost in a very short period of of time. So while people can put money into account, sometimes the telltale sign is actually how much they're losing and how quickly they're losing it. And so this actually, and this is a suggestion from Lotto to do this, and actually I think it could actually really help this bill create better outcomes around harm prevention and minimisation if we actually put some limits on actually what they can put on, but also what they can lose over a specified period of time to ensure that actually we're taking the most care for the regulations. Because I think if we can strengthen the regulations, we're going to actually get better outcomes for people, because we know that the harm from gambling is actually very, very severe, and it is a mental health issue as well, and we need to be doing the most we can to try and help in this space, and we just find that the regulations, this bill as it currently stands, aren't meeting those needs. So I'd like the Minister to consider this additional amendment to actually try and really get some good outcomes from this bill. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, to Ingrid Leary, talking about how will we monitor the impact of advertising over time. Look, Cabinet has agreed to a 3-year review of the legislation to check that it is working and if any changes are needed. There are monitoring and compliance pathways as part of the function of the Secretary in clauses 18. Regulations can also be changed quickly if required, but importantly does require the scrutiny of Cabinet. The amendment paper 551 that Mike Davidson has just referenced, prescribing the mandatory limits, look, I don't believe that that is necessary or appropriate, as different people have different limits on how much they can afford to lose in a period of time, and the regulations will enable people to set their own limits themselves. Cabinet has also agreed that operators must offer customers the ability to exclude themselves, and I think this is quite important when it comes to the status quo, where we have a completely unregulated online casino gambling market at the moment, where there are no set limits, and if there is a mandatory limit that is set under law that is too low, there will be less channeling into the appropriate regulated market, as people may find that there's less consumer choice and simply opt to use the black market.
Madam Chair.
Grant McCullum.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris.
Opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 75 as set out on AP number 551 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 75 as set out on AP number 552 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Mike Davidson's amendments to clause 75 and 77 as set out on AP number 544 are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Question is that Mike Davidson's amendments to clause 77 as set out on AP number 553 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakai.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendments to clause 77 as set out on AP number 554 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakai.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Lamonga Lydia Sosini's tabled amendment replacing clause 77.3b and inserting new clause 77.3c be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakai.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Lamonga Lydia Sosini's tabled amendment to clause 77.3b to restrict the hours of television and radio advertising be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakai.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 77 as set out on AP number 543 is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Mike Davidson's amendment to clause 77 as set out on AP number 547 is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Mike Davidson's amendment to insert new clause 80 AAA as set out on AP number 555 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakai.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 5 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti e whakahe ana.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we now come to Part 6, which is the debate on clauses 80A to 82, gambling duty and other matters. The question is that Part 6 stand part.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just really wish to take a quick call explaining the need for the amendment paper in my name at this particular part of the bill. And as I'm sure members of the Select Committee and others of our community will know, through the Select Committee process, there was quite a community outpouring of support for a community return component to this bill, where the profits went back to the community. Now, during that time, it became quite a rigmarole of finding the appropriate way to draft this section of the bill to add it in. And I know the Select Committee did their best to create an amendment that would fit in. However, I have an amendment which I believe should be supported across the House, which makes it better. And this is because the Select Committee amended the bill to require the Commissioner of Inland Revenue to pay 25% of online gambling duty into an account opened by the Secretary for Internal Affairs under Section 286 of the Gambling Act. The Lottery Grants Board would then receive and distribute these funds to benefit the community. This approach would impose new legal requirements on Inland Revenue and incur costs to administer the payment. This approach is also inflexible and would require legislative change to make any future adjustments to the rate of the online gambling duty to be returned to the community. And so the amendment paper in my name is intended to provide a more flexible and less administratively complex means of enabling this distribution, while also recognising that we support the intent behind what was the outpouring of support by the community. And so the amount of online gambling duty paid in total will be set out in legislation. The amount returned to the community can therefore be increased through amendment by Cabinet rather than amending legislation. And as the Minister responsible for DIA, I know just how hard it is sometimes when you have a very bespoke part of DIA to change, how very, very difficult it is to get legislative change on one provision, which is why I've also got a regulatory systems amendment bill tidying up other parts of DIA that have not been amended for years. So I believe that this is a good amendment and should be supported across the House.
Lamonga Lydia Sorsini.
Thank you, Minister, for explaining your amendment. I have put forward an amendment to your amendment with regards to Part 6, 80C to 80F. And in my amendment paper, one of the things that I wanted to highlight was we had a number of submitters who came in the first draft of the bill when there was no community return. So the fact that the Minister went back to Cabinet to get that has been really well received, Minister. However, my amendment talks about the system in relation to the Lottery Grants Board system. And we had certain submitters, and I want to acknowledge the New Zealand Community Trust, but also Martin Snedden, who came to the Select Committee with specific proposals, and the request that the Select Committee would consider that the system in terms of the return to the community would not be chosen as the Lottery Grants Board, but consider the New Zealand Communities Trust, which is a mechanism in operations much closer to the community. The Select Committee heard the submissions from Mr Snedden and also other organisations which strongly supported the New Zealand Community Trust over the Lottery Grants Board, given that the Lottery Grants Board is a structured process, is approved by Cabinet and the Government, but there are certain criteria that submitters raised. Firstly, the length of time in terms of the system and community groups and sports groups that apply to the Lottery Grants Board for those specific grants. Also, the process taken is quite an arduous process and difficult. So many of the community groups that submitted and sports groups that submitted to the Select Committee through that process requested that the committee consider putting forward that there is another better system which is speedier. They would get their grants or consideration of their grants through a regional body which is closer to the ground. I wanted to ask the Minister, in terms of the decision making in choosing the lottery grant system, what did officials advise in terms of that specific system? And did they take into account any changes, or broadly changes, that would assist getting returns out to the community faster? And also the process under the lottery grant system has been going for quite some time, over a few decades now, but will there be a modernisation of that system? Did the Minister receive any advice around that? And also the Minister has just mentioned that the review would be taking place in a couple of years, which is really welcomed by myself and other members on the Select Committee. I wanted to just ask the Minister those specific questions, and will there be any changes in the criteria making things faster for the thousands of community groups and sports groups that came to see us at the oral submissions? I'd like to ask the Minister those specific questions.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. And speaking to Lydia Lemonga Sorcenes, and I will get it right at some point, amendment, and to her query about the Class 4 societies, it is true that I did consider where was best placed to send the money. The Class 4 societies were not considered a viable option as a distribution mechanism, as they're set up as a decentralised model that is deliberate to support local community purpose, but this means that there is no obvious society that would be suitable to distribute the funds. It would also require significant legislative amendment to the Gambling Act, but I also considered COGS funding or setting up a completely new system itself. However, it was deemed that the Lottery Grants Board, who is very used to doing community returns and does it quite regularly with a large portion of money, would be the most appropriate place for it, because collecting via tax and distributing via the Lottery Grants Board removes regulatory burden of monitoring operators to ensure that they're distributing funding as we would actually need to do under the Class 4 system. In terms of your amendment paper, which I know you have for 538, about applicants getting funding from the Lottery Grants Board, and they should be able to request that it's paid from the lotteries and not from the online casino gambling. Totally understand that this is an issue that the Lottery Grants Board will need to do. However, there's not a legislative amendment that's needed for that, because wearing my other hat as the presiding member of the Lottery Grants Board, I am already aware that there will be people who don't wish to apply for money from a source of funding that has touched casino gambling, and I've, without breaching the confidence of the Lottery Grants Board, which is separate to my role here as a minister today, that is something that I'm very cognizant of and share as a concern with other members of that board, and they're very aware that there will need to be changes internally to make this happen.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I see that the other side is very excited to take a call already on the second call of this part, which is significant because of the amendment paper. The Minister has introduced amendment paper 530 that hasn't gone through a select committee process, and it's the first time we're able to speak on it. I want to thank the Minister in terms of her introductory remarks around the amendment paper. And I know that I also have further questions as well, Madam Chair, on other matters. But in terms of the amendment paper, I have two very specific questions for the Minister right now, which is under the Select Committee's amendment in Part 680C. It specifies that it's ring-fenced online gambling duty, but the term ring-fenced has been removed in the Minister's amendment. I want to check, is it because I understand the process burden if it's going through IRD and you're having to go back to the Commission, etc. Is the ring fence considered redundant because the money is going to be held by the Secretary already? Therefore, IRD does need to ring fence it for the purpose of gambling duty, or it's now no longer ring fenced specifically for the purpose of, community, specifically used for allocations and distribution for community purposes. So I think if the minister wouldn't mind clarifying, is under her amendment, the gambling duty is still ring-fenced specifically for allocation and distribution for community purposes. My second question is around what the minister mentioned. Previously, it given a specific amount of 25%, but a specific percentage is not in the minister's amendment. And the minister again mentioned a level of flexibility, but I guess the question is if the flexibility would also imply that the gambling duty, the sum of gambling duty that is supposed to be determined by the secretary at each of the financial year and paid the online gambling duty funding for that financial year will be less or significantly less than the 25% that is in the original amendment by the Select Committee. Because I think if it's going to be significantly or significantly less than 25%, we potentially also get into an issue of then it doesn't actually serve the purpose of allocations and distribution for community purposes. So is there any modeling on what that potentially could look like, or the variation of that amount, or a percentage is not specified because we are relying on the 16% as we see in 80B, which is 80B, Section 12U, replace the rate of 12% with 16%. So to capture the two parts of the question, the first part is the funding gambling duty still ring-fenced for the purpose of allocation and distribution for community purposes? And the second part is the 25%, the removal of 25% would mean that the new amount will be less or significantly less than 25%?
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. To the question from Lawrence Yunnan, look, the funding collected from the duty for the purpose of community returns will be transferred through the budget process, and Cabinet will decide the amount, and so therefore it does not now require ring fencing. Cabinet has decided the percentage, and as I've said, the 16% is set out in the Gaming Duties Act, but this is better for flexibility for the future.
Members, the time has come for me to report progress.
The House is resumed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has considered the Legislation Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. The committee has also further considered the Public Finance Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. The committee has also further considered the Public Service Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. The committee has also considered the Online Casino Gambling Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Legislation Amendment Bill, the Public Finance Amendment Bill and the Public Service Amendment Bill are set down for third reading next sitting day. The Online Casino Gambling Bill is set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until after 2 p.m. today.